right. Welcome back, everyone, to Great Bible Read Through, first edition, facsimile of the 1539 Great Bible. Okay, we continue with Judges. Let's go. Okay, Judges chapter 1. Okay, wait. After Joshua was dead, Judah let me see. Who does that refer to? Okay, Judah was constituted to be lord over the army, or in the first place, the first position of the army. Okay, after the death of Joshua, it came to pass that the children of Israel asked the Lord, saying, Who shall go up for us against the Canaanites, and who shall first fight against them? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hands. Judah said unto Simeon his brother, Come up with me in my lot, that we may fight against the Canaanites. And I likewise will go with thee into thy lot. And so Simeon went with him. Let's see. Okay. Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanites and Perizzites into their hands, and they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men. And they found Adoni-Bezek in Bezek, and they fought against him and slew the Canaanites and Perizzites. But Adoni-Bezek fled, and they followed after him, and caught him, and cut off his thumbs and his great toes. And Adoni-Bezek said, 70 kings, having their thumbs and great toes cut off, gathered their meat under my table. As I have done, so God hath done to me again, or in return. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and there he died. The children of Judah fought against Jerusalem, and took it, and smote it with the edge of the sword, and set the city on fire. Afterward the children of Judah went to fight against the Canaanites that dwelt in the mountain, and toward the south, and in the low country. And Judah went against the Canaanites that dwelt in Hebron, which before time was called Kiriath-arba, and slew Sesai, Ahiman, and Talmai. And from thence they went to the inhabitants of Debir, whose name in old time was called Kiriath-Sepher, that is, a city of letters. And Caleb said, He that smiteth Kiriath-Sepher and taketh it, to him will I give Achsah my daughter to wife. And Othniel the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, to whom he gave Achsah his daughter to wife. And as they went, she counselled him to ask of her father a field. And then she lighted off her ass, and Caleb said unto her, What aileth thee? She answered unto him, Give me a blessing, for thou hast given me a southward, or dry land. Give me also springs of water. And Caleb gave her springs both above and beneath. And the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wilderness of Judah that lieth in the south of Arad, and they went and dwelt among the people. And Judah went with Simeon his brother, and they slew the Canaanites that inhabited Ziphoth, and utterly destroyed it, and called the name of the city Hormah. And at the last Judah took Adzah, or Gaza, with the coasts thereof, and Ashkelon with the coasts thereof, and Akron with the coasts thereof. And the Lord was with Judah, and he conquered the mountains, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the valleys, because they had chariots of iron. And they gave Hebron unto Caleb, as Moses said, and he expelled thence the 3 sons of Anak, as mentioned before. The children of Benjamin did not cast out the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem, but the Jebusites dwelt with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem unto this day. And in like manner, they that were of the house of Joseph went up to Bethel, and the Lord was with them, and the house of Joseph searched out Bethel, which before time was called Luz. And the spies saw a man come out of the city, and they said unto him, Show us the way into the city, and we will show thee mercy. And when he had showed them the way into the city, they smote it with the edge of the sword, but let the man and all his household go free. And the man went into the land of the Hittites, and built a city, and called the name thereof Luz, a new city, which is the name thereof unto this day. Neither did Manasseh expel Bethshan with her towns, Tanakh with her towns, the inhabitants of Dor with her towns, the inhabitants of Eblaim with her towns, neither the inhabitants of Megiddo with her towns. But the Canaanites were bold to dwell in the land. But it came to pass that as soon as Israel was waxed mighty, they put the Canaanites to tribute, and expelled them not. So here's an explicit example of, people would name new cities after older cities. That even happens today. So we say, oh, that's not where such and such a place historically was. We know where that was. Well, we know where one of those was. Sometimes we don't know the actual original. In like manner, Ephraim expelled not the Canaanites that dwelt in Gazer. But the Canaanites dwelt still in Gazer among them. Neither did Zabulon expel the inhabitants of Kedron, neither the inhabitants of Nahalol, but the Canaanites dwelt among them and became tributaries. I think that's Kedron. Neither did Asher cast out the inhabitants of Akko, neither the inhabitants of Zidon, and of Aholab, Akzib, and Helba, Aphek, nor of Rehob, but the Asherites dwelt among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, for they might not drive them out. Neither did Naphtali drive out the inhabitants of Bethshemesh, nor the inhabitants of Bethana, but dwelt amongst the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Bethshemesh and of Bethana became tributaries unto them. And the Amorites troubled the children of Dan in the mountain, and suffered them not to come down to the valley. And the Amorites were content to dwell in Mount Herez, which is by interpretation a witnessing, in Ilon and Salabim. And the hand of Joseph prevailed, such that they became tributaries. And the coast of the Amorites was from the going up to Akrabim, and from the rock upward. 2. The angel rebuketh the people, because they had made peace with the Canaanites. The angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim, and said, I made you to come out of Egypt, and have brought you unto the land which I swear unto your fathers. And I said, I will not break mine appointment that I made with you, and ye also shall make no covenant with the inhabitants of this land, but shall break down their altars. Nevertheless ye have not hearkened unto my voice. Why have ye this done? Wherefore I have likewise determined that I will not cast them out before you, but they shall be thorns unto you, and their gods shall be a snare unto you. And when the angel of the Lord spake these words unto all the children of Israel, the people cried out and wept, and called the name of the said place Bochim, that is, a place of such as weep, and offered sacrifices unto the Lord. I read it as Bochen at first, but that's son of Reuben, I believe. Different place altogether. And when Joshua had sent the people away, the children of Israel went every man into his inheritance to possess the land, and the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders that outlived Joshua, and had seen all the great works of the Lord that he did for Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died when he was 110 years old, whom they buried in the coasts of his inheritance, even in Timnath-Heres, in Mount Ephraim, on the north side of the hill Gash. And even so all that generation were put unto their fathers, and there arose another generation after them, which neither knew the Lord, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. And then the children of Israel did wickedly in the sight of the Lord, and served Balaam, and forsook the Lord God of their fathers, which brought them out of the land of Egypt, and followed strange gods, even of the gods of the nations that were round about them, and bowed themselves unto them, and angered the Lord. They forsook the Lord, and served Baal and Ashtaroth, and the wrath of the Lord waxed hot against Israel, and he delivered them into the hands of raveners that spoiled them, and sold them into the hands of their enemies round about them, such that they had no power any longer to stand before their enemies. But whithersoever they went out, the hand of the Lord was against them with evil luck, evil favor, even as the Lord promised them, and as he sware unto them. And he punished them sore. Nevertheless the Lord raised up judges, which delivered them out of the hands of their oppressors, and yet for all that they would not hearken unto their judges, but rather went a-whoring after strange gods, and bowed themselves unto them, and turned quickly out of the way which their fathers walked in obeying the commandments of the Lord. But they did not so. And when the Lord raised them up judges, he was with the judge, and delivered them out of the hands of their enemies all the days of the judge. For the Lord had compassion over their sorrowings which they had, by the reason of them that oppressed them and vexed them. Yet for all that, as soon as the judge was dead, they turned and did worse than their fathers, in following strange gods, and in serving them, and ceased not from their own inventions, nor from their malicious way. And the wrath of the Lord was moved against Israel, and he said, Because this people hath transgressed mine appointment, which I commanded their fathers, and have not hearkened unto my voice, I will henceforth not cast out before them one man of the nations which Joshua left when he died, that through them I may prove Israel, whether they will keep the way of the Lord, and walk therein as their fathers did, or not. And so the Lord left those nations, and drove them not out immediately, neither delivered them into the hand of Joshua. 3. Othniel delivereth Israel. Ehud killeth King Eglon. Samgar killeth the Philistines. These are the nations which the Lord left, that he might prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan. Only for the learning or the teaching of the generation of the children of Israel, that he also might teach them war, inasmuch as they that were before them knew nothing thereof. Of those whom he left, there were 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites that dwelt in Mount Lebanon, even from Mount Baal-Hermon unto Hamath. Those remained to prove Israel by, and to wit, whether they would hearken unto the commandments of the Lord, which he commanded their fathers by the hand of Moses. And the children of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, and took the daughters of them to be their wives, and gave their own daughters to their sons, and served their gods. And the children of Israel did wickedly in the sight of the Lord, and forgat the Lord their God, and served Baalim and Ashtaroth. Therefore the Lord was angry with Israel, and delivered them into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. And the children of Israel served Cushan-Rishathaim 8 years. And when the children of Israel cried unto the Lord stirred up a Savior to the children of Israel, and saved them. One Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he judged Israel, and went out to war. And the Lord delivered Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, into his hand, and his hand prevailed against Cushan-Rishathaim. And the land had rest 40 years. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, died, and the children of Israel went to again, and committed wickedness in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord strengthened Eglon, the king of the Moabites, against the children of Israel, because they had committed wickedness before the Lord. And this Eglon gathered unto him the children of Ammon and the Amalekites, and went and smote Israel, and conquered the city of palm trees. And so the children of Israel served Eglon, the king of Moab, 18 years. But when they cried unto the Lord stirred them up a Savior, Ehud, the son of Gera, the son of Jemini, or a Benjamite, a man that could do nothing handsomely with his right hand. He was left-handed. Could do nothing handsomely with his right hand. And this word, a saver, that's the same word that's used to mean Savior. And by him, Ehud, the children of Israel sent a present unto Eglon, the king of Moab, but Ehud made him a dagger with 2 edges, of a cubit length, and he did gird it under his raiment upon his right thigh, and carried the present unto Eglon, the king of Moab. And Eglon was a very fat man, and it fortuned that when he had presented the present, he sent the people that bare it away, but he himself turned again from the place of graven images that was by Gilgal. Place of graven images, that's the name of a place. That is, they decided to translate it. It was by Gilgal, and said, I have a secret errand unto thee, O king, which said, Keep silence. And all that stood before him went out from him. And Ehud came unto him, and in a summer parlor which he had, sat he himself alone. And Ehud said, I have a message unto thee from God. And he arose out of his seat. And Ehud put forth his left hand, and took the dagger from his right thigh, and thrust it into his belly, and the haft went in after the blade. And the fat closed or inclosed the haft, such that he might not draw the dagger out of his belly, and the dirt came out. Ehud gat him out at a postern door, or somewhere around a back door, and shut the doors of the parlor about him, and locked them. When he was gone out, his servants came, and when they saw that the doors of the parlor were locked, they said, Peradventure he covereth his feet in his summer chamber. And they tarried till they were ashamed. And behold, seeing he opened not the doors of the parlor, my OBS is showing 0. Looks like I disconnected for a second. Looks like I'm back. But I think I saw it as soon as it happened. Okay. Well, so Ehud escaped. And when he was come, he blew a trumpet in Mount Ephraim, and the children of Israel went down with him from the hill, and he went before them. And he said unto them, Follow me, for the Lord hath delivered your enemies, the Moabites, into your hand. And they descended after him, and took the passages of Jordan toward Moab, and suffered not a man to pass over. And they slew of the Moabites the same time upon a 10,000 men, about 10,000 men, which were all fat and men of war, and there escaped not a man. And so Moab was subdued that day under the hand of Israel, and the land had rest 80 years. After him was Shamgar the son of Anath, which slew of the Philistines 600 men with an ox goad, and delivered Israel also. 4. Deborah and Barak deliver Israel. Sisera is killed of Jael. The children of Israel began again to do wickedly in the sight of the Lord when Ehud was dead. And the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, that reigned in Hazor, whose captain of war was called Sisera, which dwelt in Harosheth of the Gentiles. And the children of Israel cried unto the Lord, for he had 900 chariots of iron. In 20 years he troubled the children of Israel very sore. And Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, judged Israel the same time. And the same Deborah dwelt under a palm tree between Ramoth and Bethel in Mount Ephraim. The children of Israel came up to her for judgment, and she sent and called Barak the son of Abinoam out of Kadesh Naphtali, and said unto him, Hath not the Lord God of Israel commanded thee to draw to Mount Tabor, and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali and of the children of Zabulon, and I will bring unto thee to the river Kishon Sisera, the captain of war, unto Jabin. Who is the captain of war unto Jabin, with his chariots and his people, and will deliver him into thine hands. And Barak said unto her, If thou wilt go with me, I will go. But if thou wilt not go with me, or come with me, I will not go. She said, I will surely go with thee, but this journey that thou takest shall not be for thine honor, for the Lord shall sell Sisera into the hand of a woman. Deborah went with Barak to Kadesh, and Barak called Zabulon and Naphtali to Kadesh. And led after him 10,000 men, and Deborah went up with him. But Heber the Kenite, which was of the children of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, removed from the other Kenites and pitched his tent until the plain of Zanaim, which is by Kadesh. And they showed Sisera that Barak the son of Abinoam was gone up to Mount Tabor. And Sisera gathered together all his chariots, even 900 chariots of iron, and all the people that were with him, from Harosheth of the Gentiles unto the river of Kishon. And Deborah said unto Barak, Up, for this is the day in which the Lord hath delivered Sisera into thine hand. Is not the Lord gone out before thee? And so Barak went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 men after him. But the Lord destroyed Sisera and all his chariots, and all his host with the edge of the sword before Barak, such that Sisera lighted down off his chariot, and fled away on his feet. Now, not before Barak came, but ahead of him, in front of him, isn't it? But Barak followed after the chariots and after the host, even unto Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all the host of Sisera fell upon the edge of the sword. And there was not a man left. Howbeit Sisera fled away on his feet to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin the king of Hazor and the household of Heber the Kenite. And Jael went out to meet Sisera, and said unto him, Turn in, my lord, turn in to me, fear not. And when he had turned in unto her into her tent, she covered him with a mantle. And he said unto her, Give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk, and gave him drink, and covered him. And again he said unto her, Stand in the door of the tent, and when any man doth come and inquire of thee, whether there be any man here, thou shalt say, Nay. Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent and a hammer in her hand, and went softly unto him, and smote the nail into the temples of his head, and fastened it into the ground, for he slumbered sore, and was weary. And so he died. And behold, as Barak followed after Sisera, Jael came out to meet him, and said unto him, Come, and I will show thee the man whom thou seekest. And when he came into her tent, behold, Sisera lay dead, and the nail was in his temples. And so God brought Jabin the king of Canaan into subjection that day before the children of Israel. And the hand of the children of Israel prospered, and prevailed against Jabin the king of Canaan, until they had brought him to naught. 5. The song and thanksgiving of Deborah and Barak after the victory. Then Deborah and Barak the son of Abinoam sang the same day, saying, Praise ye the Lord for the avenging of Israel, and for the people that became so willing. Hear, O ye kings, hearken, O ye princes. I, even I, will sing unto the Lord. I will praise the Lord God of Israel. Lord, when thou wentest out of Seir, when thou departedst out of the field of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens rained. The clouds also dropped water. The mountains melted before the Lord, even as did Sinai, before the Lord God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar the son of Anath, in the days of Jael, the highways were unoccupied, and the runners of the paths walked through byways. The inhabitants of the towns were gone. They were gone in Israel, until I, Deborah, came up, which came up a mother in Israel. They chose new gods, and then had they the enemy in the gates. There was not a shield or spear seen among 40,000 of Israel. My heart loveth the governors of Israel, and them that are willing among the people. O praise ye the Lord. Speak ye that ride on fair asses, and that sit uppermost in judgment, and walk by the ways, at the crying of the archers among the drawers of water. There shall they speak of the righteousness of the Lord, his righteousness in the unfenced places of Israel. Then shall the people of the Lord go down to the gates. Up, Deborah, up, get thee up, and sing a song. Arise, Barak, and lead the captivity captive, thou son of Abinoam. Then shall they that remain have dominion of the proudest of the people of Jabin. The Lord shall for my sake have dominion over the mighty. Out of Ephraim was there a root of them against Amalek, and after thee, Benjamin. Out of Ephraim, and after thee, Benjamin, among thy people. Out of Machir came rulers, and out of Zebulun they that govern the pen of the writer. Out of Issachar there were princes with Deborah. Issachar also and Barak were sent on their feet into the valley, when, in the departing away of Reuben, there were great men and wise of heart. Why abodest thou among the sheepfolds, to hear the bleatings of the flocks, and to separate thyself away with great men and wise of heart? Gilead also abode beyond Jordan. And why doth Dan remain in ships? Asher continued on the seashore, and tarried in his decayed places. But the people of Zebulun have jeoparded their lives even unto the death, like as did Naphtali in the high places of the field. The kings came and fought, then fought the kings of Canaan in Tanath, by the waters of Megiddo, and won no money. Or, captured no money, no gain. They fought from heaven, even the stars in their courses fought against Sisera. The river of Kishon removed them. That ancient river, the river Kishon, my soul shall tread him down mightily. Then were the horse hoofs smitten asunder by means of the prancings that their mighty men made. Curse ye the city of Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. Curse the inhabitants thereof, because they came not to help the Lord with the mighty. Jael the wife of Heber the Kenite shall be blessed above other women. Blessed shall she be above other women in the tent. He asked water, she gave him milk. She brought forth butter in a lordly dish. She put her hand to the nail, and her right hand to the smith's hammer. With the hammer smote she Sisera, and smote his head, wounded him, and pierced his temples. He bowed him down at her feet. He fell down and lay still. At her feet he bowed him down and fell. And when he had sunk down, he lay still, desolate. The mother of Sisera looked out at a window, and cried through the lattice, Why is his chariot so long a-coming? Why tarry the wheels of his chariots? All the wise ladies answered her, yea, and her own words answered herself. Surely they have found, they divide the spoils. Every man hath a damsel or two. Sisera hath a prey of divers colored garments, even a prey of raiment dyed with sundry colors, and that are made of needlework, raiment of divers colors and of needlework, which is meet for him that is chief in distributing of the spoils. Which is meet for him that is chief in distributing of the spoils. So perish all thine enemies, O Lord, but they that love him, let them be as the sun when he riseth in his might. And the land had rest 40 years. 6. Israel is oppressed of the Midianites. Gideon is sent of God to be their deliverer. 6. And the children of Israel committed wickedness in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord delivered them into the hands of Midian 7 years. And the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel, and because of the Midianites the children of Israel made them dens in the mountains, and caves, and strongholds. And when Israel had sown, the Midianites, the Amalekites, and they of the east country came up together against them, and pitched their tents against them, and destroyed the increase of the earth, even till thou come unto Adzah, and left no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep, ox, or ass. For they went up, they and their cattle, and came with their tents as a multitude of grasshoppers, such that both they and also their camels were without number. And they entered into the land to destroy it. And so was Israel exceedingly impoverished in the sight of the Midianites, and cried unto the Lord. And when the children of Israel cried unto the Lord because of the Midianites, the Lord sent unto them a prophet, which said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I fetched you from Egypt, and brought you out of the house of bondage, and I rid you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of all that oppressed you, and cast them out before you, and gave you their land. And I said unto you, I am the Lord your God. Fear not the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But you have not obeyed my voice. And the angel of the Lord came and sat under an oak which was in Ephrath, that pertained unto Joash the father of the Ezerites. And his son Gideon pressed out wheat out of the ears in a press, to hide it from the Midianites. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him, and said, The Lord is with thee, thou mighty man of war. And Gideon answered him, O my Lord, if the Lord be with us, why is all this come upon us? Yea, and where be all his miracles which our fathers told us of, and said, Did not the Lord bring us out of Egypt? But now the Lord hath forsaken us, and delivered us into the hands of the Midianites. And the Lord looked upon him, and said, Go hence in this thy might, and thou shalt deliver Israel out of the hands of the Midianites. Have not I sent thee? And he answered him, O Lord, wherewith shall I save Israel? Behold, my kindred is poor in Manasseh, and I am little in my father's house. The Lord said unto him, I will be with thee, and thou shalt smite the Midianites, as they were but one man. And he answered him, O, if I have found grace in thy sight, then show me a sign, that it is thou that talkest with me. Depart not hence, until I come again unto thee, until I bring mine offering, and have set it before thee. And he said, I will tarry until thou come again. And Gideon went in, and made ready a kid and sweet cakes of an ephah of flour, and put it with the flesh in a basket, and put the broth in a pot, and brought it out unto him under the oak, and presented it. And the angel of God said unto him, Take the flesh and the sweet cakes, and lay them upon this rock, and pour out the broth. And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord put forth the end of the staff that he held in his hand, and touched the flesh and the sweet cakes. And there arose up fire out of the rock, and consumed the flesh and the sweet cakes. But the angel of the Lord vanished out of his sight. And when Gideon perceived that it was an angel of the Lord, he said, Alas, O Lord God, have I therefore seen an angel of the Lord face to face, that I should die? And the Lord said unto him, Peace be unto thee, fear not, thou shalt not die. Then Gideon made an altar there unto the Lord, and called it the Lord of Peace. And unto this day it is yet in Ephrath, that pertaineth unto the father of the Ezerites. And it fortuned that the same night the Lord said unto him, Take a young bullock out of thy father's drove, and another of 7 years old, and destroy the altar of Baal that thy father hath, and cut down the grove that is by it, and make an altar unto the Lord thy God upon the top of this rock in a convenient place. And take the second bullock, and offer burnt sacrifice upon the wood of the grove, which thou shalt cut down. Then Gideon took 10 men of his servants, and did as the Lord bade him. But because he durst not do it by day, for fear of his father's household, and of the men of the city, he did it by night. And when the men of the city were up early in the morning, behold, the altar of Baal was broken, and the grove cut down that was by it. And the second bullock offered upon the altar that was that was made. And they said one to another, Who hath done this thing? And when they inquired and asked, they said, Gideon the son of Joash hath done this thing. Then the men of the city said unto Joash, Bring out thy son, that he may die, because he hath destroyed the altar of Baal, and cut down the grove that was by it. And Joash said unto all that stood by him, Will ye entreat for Baal, or will ye be his defenders? He that hath meddled against him, let him die ere the morning. If it be a god, let him be avenged of him that cast down his altar. And from that day was Gideon called Jerubbaal, because his father had said, Let Baal be avenged of him, that he hath broken down his altar. Let Baal be the one to take vengeance, if he can. Anyway, all the Midianites, therefore, and the Amalekites, and they of the east, were gathered together, and went and pitched in the valley of Israel, or Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon, and he blew a trumpet, and called Abiezer to follow him, and sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, and called them, which also did follow him. And he sent messengers unto Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, and they came to meet him. Gideon said unto God, If thou wilt save Israel in my hand, or by my hand, as thou hast said, Behold, I will put a fleece of wool in the threshing place, and if the dew come on the fleece only, and it be dry upon all the earth beside, then shall I be sure that thou wilt save Israel by my hand, as thou saidst. And it came so to pass, for he rose up early on the morrow, and thrust the fleece together, and wrung the dew thereout, and filled a bowl of water. And Gideon said again unto God, Be not angry with me, that I speak once more, for I will prove once again by the fleece. Let it be dry only upon the fleece, and dew upon all the ground. And God did so that same night, for it was dry upon the fleece only, and there was dew on all the ground. 7. Gideon with 300 men overcometh the Midianites. Oreb and Zeeb are slain. Then Jerubbaal, otherwise called Gideon, and all the people that were with him, rose up early and pitched beside the well of Harod. Herod? No. Such that the host of the Midianites were on the north side of the rock that boweth toward the valley. And the Lord said unto Gideon, The people that are with thee are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel make their vaunt against me, and say, Mine own hand hath saved me. Now, therefore, make a proclamation in the ears of the people, and say, If any man dread or be afeared, let him return and get him soon from Mount Gilead. And there departed and returned of the people 22,000, and there abode 10,000. And the Lord said unto Gideon, The people are yet too many. Bring them down unto the water, and I will try them unto thee there. And of whom I say unto thee, This shall go with thee, the same shall go with thee. And of whomsoever I say unto thee, This shall not go with thee, the same shall not go. So we brought down the people unto the water, and the Lord said unto Gideon, As many as lap the water with their tongues, as a dog doth, them put by themselves, and so do to them that kneel down upon their knees to drink. And the number of them that put their hands to their mouths and lapped were 300 men. But all the remnant of the people kneeled down upon their knees to drink water. And the Lord said unto Gideon, By these 300 men that lapped water will I save you, and deliver the Midianites into thine hand. And let all the other people go, every man unto his place. They therefore of the people took victuals with them in their trumpets, and he sent all the rest of Israel, every man unto his tent, and comforted or strengthened those 300 with him. And the host of Midian was beneath him in a valley. And it fortuned that the same night the Lord said unto him, Arise, get thee down unto the host, for I have delivered it into thine hand. But if thou fear to go down, then go thou and Phurah thy lad down to the host, and thou shalt hearken what they say, and so shall thine hands be strong to go down unto the host. Then went he down, and Phurah his lad, even hard unto the men of arms that were in the host. And the Midianites, the Amalekites, and all they of the east lay along in the valley like a multitude of grasshoppers, and their camels were without number, even as the sand by the seaside in multitude. And when Gideon was come, Behold, there was a man that told a dream unto his neighbor, and said, Behold, I dreamed a dream, and methought that a loaf of barley bread tumbled into the host of Midian, and came unto a tent, and smote it that it fell, and overturned it, that the tent lay along. And his fellow answered and said, This is nothing else save the sword of Gideon and the sword of Joash, a man of Israel. For into his hand hath God delivered Midian and all the host. When Gideon heard the telling of the dream and the interpretation of the same, he worshipped and returned unto the host of Israel, and said, Up, for the Lord hath delivered into your hand the host of Midian. And he divided the 300 men into 3 companies, and gave every man a trumpet in his hand, with an empty pitcher, and lamps therein, and said unto them, Look on me, and do likewise, that when I come to the side of the host, even as I do, so do you. When I blow with the trumpet, and all that are with me, blow ye with trumpets also, on every side of the host, and say, Here is the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. When I blow with the trumpet, and all that are with me, blow ye with the trumpets, you other 2 companies of hundreds. Okay, and so Gideon and the 300 men that were with him came unto the side of the host in the beginning of the middle watch, and raised up the watchmen. And they blew with their trumpets, and brake the pitchers that were in their hands. And all the 3 companies blew with trumpets, and brake the pitchers, and held the lamps in their left hands, and the trumpets in their right, to blow withal. And they cried, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon. And they stood still, every man in his place round about the host. And they within the host ran and cried and fled. And the 300 blew with trumpets, and the Lord set every man's sword upon his neighbor throughout all the host. And the host fled to Bethshittah, to Zeraroth, and to the edge of the plain of Maholah unto Tebeth. And the men of Israel, being gathered together out of the tribes of Naphtali, of Asher, and of Manasseh, followed after the Midianites. And Gideon sent messengers unto all Ephraim, saying, Come down against the Midianites, and take before them the waters unto Beth-barath and to Jordan. Then all the men of Ephraim gathered together, and took the waters unto Beth-barath and to Jordan. And they took 2 captains of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeb, and slew Oreb upon the rock Oreb, and Zeb at the press Zeb, and followed after Midian, and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side Jordan. So these places were named after those 2 captains, obviously, after they were killed there. Okay, 8. Ephraim maketh insurrection against Gideon, but is soon pacified. Okay. And the men of Ephraim said unto him, Why hast thou served us thus, that thou calledst us not when thou wentest to fight with the Midianites? And they chode with him a good, and had almost done him violence. And he said unto them, What deed have I done like unto yours? Is not a cluster of Ephraim better than the wine harvest of Abiezer? God hath delivered into your hands the lords of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. And what was I able to do like as you have done? And then their spirits abated from off him, when he had said that. And Gideon came to Jordan to pass over, he and the 300 men that were with him, very faint, and yet followed the chase. And he said unto the men of Succoth, Give, I pray you, cakes of bread unto the people that follow me, for they be fainty, that I may follow after Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian. And the lords of Succoth said, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in thine hands, that we should give bread unto thine army? Gideon said, Therefore, when the Lord hath delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into mine hand, I will tear the flesh of you with the thorns of the wilderness, and with briars. And he went up thence to Penuel, and spake unto them likewise. And the men of Penuel answered him, as did the men of Succoth. And he said also unto the men of Penuel, When I come again in peace, I will break down this tower. Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkar, and their hosts with them upon it 15,000 men, which were all that were left of all the hosts of them of the east, for there were slain 120,000 men that drew swords. Gideon went through them that dwell in tabernacles. I think this is the name of a place that was translated here. On the east side of Nobah and Shebata, and smote the host. For the host did cast no perils. Cast perils, meaning, forecast any danger. And when Zebah and Zalmunna fled, he followed after them and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and discomfited all the host. And Gideon, the son of Joash, returned from battle afore the sun was down, and caught a lad of the men of Succoth, and inquired of him, and he wrote him of the Lord's. He wrote by him. No, of the Lords and elders of Succoth. 77 men. Okay. Caught a lad and inquired of him, and he returned with an answer from Succoth. And he came unto the men of Succoth and said, Behold, here I have Zebah and Zalmunna, with which ye did cast me in the teeth, saying, or mock me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in thine hand, that we should give bread unto thy fainty men? And he took the elders of the city, and thorns of the wilderness, and briars, and made the men of Succoth to feel them. And he brake down the tower of Penuel, and slew the men of the city. And then said he unto Zebah and Zalmunna, What manner of men were they whom ye slew at Tabor? And they answered, The likeness of thee and them is all one, even after the fashion of the children of a king. And he said, They were my brethren, even my mother's children. As truly as the Lord liveth, if ye had saved their lives, I would not slay you. And he said unto Jether his eldest son, Up and slay them. But the lad drew not his sword, for he feared, because he was yet young. And then Zebah and Zalmunna said, Rise thou and fall upon us, for as the man is, so is his strength. And Gideon arose and slew Zebah and Zalmunna, and took away the ornaments that were on their camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said unto Gideon, Reign thou over us, both thou and thy son's son, for thou hast delivered us out of the hand of Midian. Gideon said unto them, I will not reign over you, neither shall my children reign over you, but the Lord shall reign over you. And again Gideon said unto them, I would desire a certain request of you, even that you would give me, every man, the earrings of his prey. For they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. And they answered, We will give them. And they spread a mantle, and did cast therein, every man, the earrings of his prey. And the weight of the golden earrings that he required was 1,700 shekels of gold, beside chains, pomander, and purple raiment that was on the kings of Midian, and beside the chains that were about the camels' necks. Gideon made an ephod thereof, and put it in his city Ephraim. And all Israel went a-whoring after it, which thing became a ruin unto Gideon and to his house. So an ephod can be a very large, heavy object. Almost 2,000 shekels. Well, maybe not. Thus was Midian brought low before the children of Israel, such that they lift up their heads no more, and the country was in quietness 40 years in the days of Gideon. And Jerubbaal the son of Joash went and dwelt in his own house. Gideon, he had 70 sons of his body begotten, for he had many wives, and his concubine that was in Shechem bare him a son also, whose name he called Abimelech. And Gideon the son of Joash died in a good age, and was buried in the sepulchre of Joash his father, even in Ephrath, that pertained unto the father of the Ezrites, or Ezrites. And it fortuned that as soon as Gideon was dead, the children of Israel turned away and went a-whoring after Baalim, and made a covenant with Baal to be their god. And the children of Israel thought not on the Lord their God, which had delivered them out of the hands of all their enemies on every side. Neither showed they mercy on the house of Jerubbaal, otherwise called Gideon, according to all the goodness which he had showed unto Israel. But that's not the end of his family's story. Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal went to Shechem unto his mother's brethren, and communed with them, and with all his mother's father's kindred, saying, Say, I pray you, in the ears of all the inhabitants of Shechem, whether is better for you, that all the sons of Jerubbaal, which are 70 persons, reign over you, either that one reign over you, or that one reign over you. Remember that I am of your bone and of your flesh, And his mother's brethren spake of him in the audience of the men of Shechem all these words, and their hearts were moved to follow Abimelech. And they said, He is our brother. And they gave him 70 pieces of silver out of the temple of Baal-berith, wherewith Abimelech hired vain and light persons which went with him. And he went unto his father's house at Ephrath, and slew all his brethren, the sons of Jerubbaal, even 70 persons, with one stone, on one stone. Notwithstanding, yet Joatam, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, escaped, for he hid himself. And all the men of Shechem gathered together in all the house of Milo, and came and made Abimelech king in the plain, where the great stone was, by Shechem. The same stone. And when they told it to Joatam, he went and stood in the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifted up his voice, and cried, and said unto them, Hearken unto me, you men of Shechem, that God may hearken unto you. The trees went forth to anoint a king over them, and said unto the olive tree, Reign thou over us. But the olive tree said unto them, Should I leave my fatness, which both gods and men praise in me, and go to be promoted over the trees? And the trees said to the fig tree, Come thou and be king over us. The fig tree answered them, Should I forsake my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to be promoted over the trees? Then said the trees unto the vine, Come thou and be king over us. The vine said unto them, Should I leave my wine, whereby I cheer both the gods and men, and go to be promoted over the trees? Then said all the trees unto the fir bush, or the bramble, Come thou and reign over us. And the fir bush said unto the trees, If it be true that you will anoint me king over you, then come and put your trust under my shadow. If no, the fire come out of the fir bush, and waste the cedar trees of Lebanon, or the briar. Now therefore, if you do truly and uncorruptly to make Abimelech king, and if ye have dealt well with Jerubbaal and his house, and have done unto him according to the deserving of his hands, judge ye. For even he, my father, fought for you, and adventured his life, and rid you out of the hand of Midian. And you are risen up against my father's house this day, and have slain his children, even 70 persons, with one stone, and have made Abimelech the son of his maidservant king over the men of Shechem, because he is your brother. If ye then have dealt truly and purely with Jerubbaal and with his house this day, then rejoice ye with Abimelech, and let him rejoice with you. But if ye have not dealt truly, then I pray God a fire may come out of Abimelech, and consume the men of Shechem in the house of Milo, and that there may come a fire from among the men of Shechem and out of the house of Milo, and consume Abimelech. And Joatam ran away, and fled, and went to Beer, and dwelt there, for fear of Abimelech his brother. When Abimelech had reigned 3 years, God sent an hate between Abimelech and the men of Shechem. And the citizens of Shechem railed upon Abimelech, and wished that the wickedness done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal might come on him, and laid the blood of them upon Abimelech their brother which slew them, and unto the other men of Shechem which aided him in the killing of his brethren. And the citizens of Shechem set men to lay a wait for him, for Abimelech, in the top of the mountains, which men, while they tarried for his coming, robbed all that came along the way by them. And it was told Abimelech. And Gaal the son of Ebed came with his brethren, and they gat to them to Shechem. And the men of Shechem put their confidence in him. And they went out into the fields, and gathered in the grapes, and trode to them, and made merry, and went into the house of their gods, and did eat and drink, and cursed Abimelech. And Gaal the son of Ebed said, What is Abimelech, and what is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, and Zebul is his officer? Serve such as come of Hamor, the father of Shechem. For what reason is it that we should serve him? Would God this people were under my hand, then would I take Abimelech out of the way. And he spake against Abimelech, Make thine host greater, and go out. And when Zebul, the ruler of the city, heard the words of Gaal the son of Ebed, he was wroth, and sent messengers unto Abimelech privily, saying, Behold, Gaal the son of Ebed and his brethren be come to Shechem, and behold, they set the city against thee. Now therefore, up by night, thou and all the people that is with thee, and lie in wait in the field, and rise early in the morning, as soon as the sun is up, and fall upon the city. And if he and the people that is with him come out against thee, do to him what thine hands shall be able. And Abimelech rose up, and all the people that were with him, by night, and they laid a wait against Shechem in 4 companies. And Gaal the son of Ebed went out, and stood in the entering of the gate of the city, and Abimelech rose up, and the folk that were with him, from laying a wait, And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, there come people down from the top of the mountains. And Zebul said unto him, The shadow of the hills seem men unto thee, and by that error art thou deceived. And Gaal answered again and said, See, there come folk down by the middle of the land, and another company come along by the plain of the charmers. Then said Zebul unto him, Where is now thy mouth that said, What fellow is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Is not this the people that thou hast despised? Go out now and fight with them. And Gaal went out before the citizens of Shechem and fought with Abimelech. And Abimelech chased him, that he fled before him, and he drove him into the city, and many were overthrown and wounded, even in the entering of the gate. And Abimelech dwelt at Arumah, and Zebul thrust out Gaal and his brethren, that they should not dwell in Shechem, and suffered them not to tarry therein. And on the morrow it happened that the people went out into the field, and they told Abimelech. And he took the people, and divided them into 3 companies, and laid wait in the fields, and looked, and behold, the people were come out of the city. And he ran upon them, and smote them. And Abimelech and the companies that were with him reached further, and stood in the entering of the gate of the city. And the 2 other companies ran upon all the people that were in the fields, and slew them. And when Abimelech had fought against the city all that day, he took it, and slew the people that was therein, and destroyed the city, and sowed salt through it. And when all the men of the tower of Shechem heard that, they entered into a stronghold of the house of their god Baal-berith, where they made a bond with him, and thereof did the place take the name, which place was exceeding strong. And it was told Abimelech that all the men of the tower of Shechem were gathered together, and Abimelech gat him to Mount Zalmon, both he and all the people that were with him, and took axes with him, and cut down boughs of trees, and took them, and bare them on his shoulder, and said unto the folk that were with him, Which ye have seen me do, speed yourselves, and do likewise as I have done. And all the men that were among the people cut down boughs, and followed Abimelech, and put them into the hold, and set the hold afire by them, such that with smoke and fire all the men of the tower of Shechem were slain, upon 1,000 men and women, or about 1,000 men and women. Then went Abimelech to Tebez, and besieged it, and took it. But there was a strong tower within the city, and thither ran all the men and women, and all the chief that were in the city, and shut it to them, and got them up by the bulwarks to the top of the tower. And Abimelech came unto the tower, and fought against it, and went hard unto the door of the tower, to set it on fire. And a certain woman cast a piece of a millstone upon his head, and all to break his brain pan. Then Abimelech called hastily unto the young man that bare his harness, and said unto him, Draw thy sword, and slay me, that men may not say of me, A woman slew me. A woman slew him. And his lad thrust him through, and he died. And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they departed every man unto his own house. And thus the wickedness of Abimelech, which he did unto his father, in slaying his 70 brethren, and thereto all the wickedness of the men of Shechem, did God bring upon their heads. And upon them came the curse of Joatam, the son of Jerubbaal. 10. Tola and Jair are judges in Israel. After Abimelech there arose to defend Israel one Tola, the son of Phua, his uncle's son, a man of Issachar, which dwelt in Shamir in Mount Ephraim. And he judged Israel 23 years, and died, and was buried in Shamir. And after him arose Jair, a Gileadite, and judged Israel 22 years. And he had 30 sons that rode on 30 ass colts. And they had 30 cities, which are called the towns of Jair unto this day, and are in the land of Gilead. Havoth Jair? Ramon Havoth Jair? And Jair died and was buried in Kamon. And the children of Israel wrought wickedness yet again in the sight of the Lord, and served Balaam and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria, and the gods of Zidon, and the gods of Moab, the gods of the children of Ammon, and the gods of the Philistines, and forsook the Lord, and served not him. And the Lord was wroth with Israel, and sold them into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hands of the children of Ammon, which from that year forth pilled, which is vexed, or even like robbed. Or no, okay. Yeah, maybe vexed or and oppressed the children of Israel 18 years, all that were on the other side Jordan, in the land of the Amorites, which is Gilead. Moreover, the children of Ammon went over Jordan to fight against Judah, Benjamin, and the house of Ephraim, such that Israel was sore cumbered. And the children of Israel cried unto the Lord, saying, We have sinned against thee, for we have forsaken our own God, and have served Baalim. And the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Did not the Egyptians, the Amorites, the children of Ammon, the Philistines, the Zidonites, or Zidonians, the Amalekites, and the Moabites oppress you? And you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hands. And for all that you have forsaken me, and served strange gods. Wherefore I will help you no more. Go and cry unto the gods which ye have chosen, and let them save you in the time of your tribulation. And the children of Israel said unto the Lord, We have sinned. Do thou unto us whatsoever please thee. Deliver us only this day. Only deliver us this day. And they put away the strange gods from them, and served the Lord. And his soul had pity on the misery of Israel. Then the children of Ammon gathered together and pitched in Gilead, and the children of Israel gathered them together and pitched in Mizpah. And the lords of Gilead said each to each other, Whosoever will begin the battle against the children of Ammon, the same shall be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Each to other. 11. Jephthah delivereth Israel from the Ammonites. And there was one Jephthah a Gileadite, a strong man, the son of an harlot, and Gilead begat Jephthah. And Gilead's wife bare him sons, which, when they were come to age, thrust out Jephthah, and said unto him, Thou shalt not inherit in our father's house, for thou art the son of a strange woman. Then Jephthah fled from his brethren, and dwelt in the land of Tob. And there gathered idle and thievish men to Jephthah, and went out with him. And it chanced in process of time that the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And when the children of Ammon fought thus against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob to help them, and said unto him, Come and be our captain, that we may fight with the children of Ammon. Jephthah answered the elders of Gilead, Did not ye hate me, and expel me out of my father's house? How happeneth it then that you come unto me now in time of your tribulation? And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, Therefore we turn again to thee now, that thou mayest go with us and fight against the children of Ammon, and be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, If ye bring me home again to fight with the children of Ammon, then, if the Lord deliver them before me, shall I be your head? And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, The Lord be witness between us, if we do not according to thy words. Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and ruler over them. And Jephthah rehearsed all his words before the Lord in Mizpah. And Jephthah sent messengers unto the king of the children of Ammon, saying, What hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to fight in my land? The king of the children of Ammon answered unto the messengers of Jephthah, Because Israel took away my land when they came out of Egypt, even from Arnon unto Jabbok and unto Jordan. Now therefore restore those lands unto again with fair means. With fair means. Meaning nicely. And Jephthah sent messengers again unto the children of Ammon, and said unto him, Thus saith Jephthah, Israel took not away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. But when Israel came out of Egypt, and walked through the wilderness, even unto the Red Sea, they came to Kadesh, and sent messengers unto the king of Edom, saying, Let me, I pray thee, go through thy land. But the king of Edom would not agree thereto. And in like manner they sent unto the king of Moab, but he would not consent. And so Israel abode still in Kadesh. And then they went along through the wilderness, and compassed the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and came along by the east side of the land of Moab, and pitched on the other side of Arnon, and would not come within the coast of Moab, for Arnon was the utmost border of Moab. And then Israel sent messengers unto Sihon king of the Amorites, and king of Heshbon, and said unto him, Let us pass through thy land unto our own country. But Sihon consented not to Israel that he should go through his coast, but gathered all his people together, and pitched in Jazza, and fought with Israel. And the Lord God of Israel delivered Sihon and all his folk into the hands of Israel. And so Israel smote them, and conquered all the land of the Amorites, the inhabitants of the said country. And they conquered all the coasts of the Amorites, from Arnon unto Jabbok, and from the wilderness unto Jordan. So now, seeing the Lord God of Israel hath cast out the Amorites before his people Israel, shouldst thou possess the land? Nay, but what people Chemosh thy God driveth out, that land possess thou. Even so, whatsoever nation the Lord our God expelleth, that land ought we to enjoy. And art thou better than Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he strive with Israel, or fight against them, all the while Israel dwelt in Heshbon and her towns, in Aroer and her towns, and in all the cities that belong, or that be along by the coasts of Arnon, 300 years? Why didst thou not recover them in all that space? Wherefore I have not sinned against thee, but thou doest me wrong, to war against me. The Lord therefore be judge this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. Howbeit the king of the children of Ammon hearkened not unto the words of Jephthah, which he sent him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed over to Gilead and to Manasseh, and came to Mizpah, that lieth in Gilead, and from thence unto the children of Ammon. And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord, and said, If thou shalt deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, then that thing that cometh out of the doors of my house against me, or across from me, when I come home in peace from the children of Ammon, shall be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. And so Jephthah went unto the children of Ammon to fight with them. And the Lord delivered them into his hands, and he smote them from Aroer till thou come to Minnith, even 20 cities. And so forth to the plain of the vineyards, with an exceeding great slaughter. And thus the children of Ammon were brought under before the children of Israel. When Jephthah came to Mizpah unto his house, see, his daughter came out against him with timbrels and dances, which was his only child, such that beside her he had neither son nor daughter. And when he saw her, he rent his clothes, and said, Alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me low, and art one of them that trouble me. For I have opened my mouth unto the Lord, and cannot go back. And she said unto him, My father, if thou have opened thy mouth unto the Lord, then do with me according to it that proceeded out of thy mouth, forasmuch as the Lord hath avenged thee, and given the victory of thine enemies, the children of Ammon. And she said unto her father, Do this much for me, let me alone 2 months, that I may go down to the mountains and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. And he said, Go. And he sent her away 2 months. And so she went with her companions, and lamented her maidenhood upon the mountains. And upon the end of the 2 months she turned again unto her father, which did with her according to his vow which he had vowed, and she had known no man. And it grew to a custom in Israel. The daughters of Israel came year by year to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite 4 days in a year. 12. The battle of Jephthah against Ephraim. After the death of Jephthah succeedeth Elon. After Elon, Abdon. And the men of Ephraim gathered themselves together, and went northward, and said unto Jephthah, Wherefore wentest thou to fight with the children of Ammon, and didst not call us to go with thee? We will therefore burn thine house upon thee with fire. And Jephthah said unto them, I and my people were at great strife with the children of Ammon. And when I called you, ye delivered me not out of their hands. And when I saw that ye delivered me not, I put my life in my hands, and went upon the children of Ammon. And the Lord delivered them into my hands. Wherefore then are ye come upon me now to fight with me? Jephthah therefore gathered together all the men of Gilead, and fought with the Ephraimites. And the men of Gilead smote the Ephraimites, because they said, Ye Gileadites are but renegades of Ephraim among the Ephraimites and the Manassites. Moreover, the men of Gilead took the passages of Jordan before the Ephraimites. And when those Ephraimites that were escaped said, Let us go over, then the men of Gilead said unto them, Art thou an Ephraite? They said, Nay. Then said they unto him, Then say Shibboleth, which is by interpretation an ear of corn. And he said, Shibboleth, for he could not so pronounce. Here's an indicator that the S on its own could be pronounced SH, because they went ahead here and really made it clear with the SCH to distinguish it. Shibboleth, for he could not so pronounce. And then they took him and slew him at the passages of Jordan. And there were overthrown at the time of the Ephraimites 42,000. And Jephthah judged Israel 6 years, and died, and was buried in one of the cities of Gilead. After this man judged Israel one Abizan of Bethlehem, and had 30 sons and 30 daughters, whom he sent out, and took 30 other in for his sons. And when Abizan had judged Israel 7 years, he died and was buried at Bethlehem. After him, Elon, a Zabulonite, judged Israel 10 years. And Elon the Zabulonite died and was buried in Aijalon, in the country of Zabulon. After him, Abdon, the son of Halel, a Pirathonite judged Israel, and he had 40 sons and 30 nephews. This could be grandsons. Nephew can mean grandson. That rode on 70 ass colts. And when Abdon, the son of Hillel, the Pirathonite, had judged Israel 8 years, he died and was buried in Pirathon, in the land of Ephraim, in the mount of the Amalekites. 13. Israel, being an idolater, is oppressed of the Philistines. The birth of Samson, the sacrifice of Samson's father. And the children of Israel began again to commit wickedness in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord delivered them into the hands of the Philistines 40 years. And there was a man in Zerah of the kindred of Dan named Manoah, whose wife was barren, and she bare not. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto the woman, and said unto her, Behold, thou art barren, and bearest not, but thou shalt conceive and bear a son. And now beware that thou drink no wine, neither strong drink, neither eat any unclean thing. For see, thou shalt conceive and bear a son. And there may no razor come on his head, for the lad shall be an abstainer unto God even from his infancy and from his birth. And he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hands of the Philistines. Then the wife came and told her husband, saying, A man of God came unto me, and the fashion of him was like the fashion of an angel of God, exceeding fearful. And I asked him not whence he was, neither told he me his name, but said unto me, Behold, thou shalt be with child, and bear a son, and now drink no wine nor strong drink, neither eat any unclean thing, for the lad shall be an abstainer to God, even from his infancy and from his birth, to the day of his death. Then Manoah made intercession to the Lord, and said, I pray thee, my Lord, let the man of God which thou sendest come once more unto us, and teach us what we shall do unto the lad, how we shall order the child when he is born. And God heard the voice of Manoah, and the angel of God came again unto the wife, as she sat in the field, but Manoah her husband was not with her. And the wife made haste and ran and showed her husband, and said unto him, Behold, the man appeared unto me, and that came unto me today. Earlier. Let me see. Okay. Appeared unto me that came unto me today. And Manoah arose and went after his wife, followed his wife, and came to the man and said unto him, Art thou the man that spakest unto my wife? And he said, I am. Manoah said, Now, when thy saying is come to pass, what shall be the manner of the child, and what shall he do? And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, Thy wife must abstain from all that I said unto her. She may eat of nothing that cometh of the vine tree, neither drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing, but must observe all that I bade her. Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord, We will keep thee still until we have made ready a kid, and have set it before thee. And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, Though thou make me abide, I will not eat of thy bread. And if thou wilt offer a burnt offering, thou must offer it unto the Lord. For Manoah wist not that it was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said again unto the angel of the Lord, What is thy name, that when thy saying is come to pass, we may do thee some worship, do some worship to thee, for thee? And the angel of the Lord said unto him, Why askest thou after my name, which is secret? And so Manoah took a kid with a meat offering, and offered it upon a rock unto the Lord, and the angel did wondrously, Manoah and his wife looking upon. And when the flame came up toward heaven from the altar, the angel of the Lord ascended up in the flame of the altar. And Manoah and his wife looked upon it, and fell flat on their faces unto the ground. But the angel of the Lord did no more appear unto Manoah and his wife. And then Manoah knew that it was an angel of the Lord, and said unto his wife, We shall surely die, because we have seen God. But his wife said unto him, If the Lord would kill us, he would not have received a burnt offering and a meat offering of our hands, neither would he have showed us all these things, nor would now have told us any such. And the wife bare a son, and called his name Samson. And the lad grew, and the Lord blessed him, and the Spirit of the Lord began to move him in the host of Dan, between Zerah and Eshtal. 14. Begin to The marriage of Samson, he killeth a lion, he propoundeth a riddle. He killeth 30 men. His wife forsaketh him, and taketh another. Samson went down to Timnath, and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines. And he came up and told his father and his mother, and said, I have seen a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines, and now give her me to wife. Then his father and mother said unto him, Is there never a woman among the daughters of thy brethren, and among all thy people, but that thou must go and take a wife of the uncircumcised Philistines? And Samson said unto his father, Give me this woman, for she pleaseth me well. But his father and mother wist not that it was the Lord's doing, and that he sought an occasion against the Philistines, for at that time the Philistines reigned over Israel. Then went Samson and his father and his mother down to Timnath, and came to the vineyards of Timnath, and behold, a young wood lion roared upon him. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he tare him, as he would have rent a kid, and yet had nothing in his hand, neither told his father and mother what he had done. And he went down and talked with the woman, which seemed well favored in the sight of Samson. And within a short space after, as he went thither again to take her to wife, he turned out of the way to see the carcass of the lion. And behold, there was a swarm of bees and honey in the carcass of the lion. And he took of the honey in his hands, and went eating, and came to his father and mother, and gave them also. And they did eat. But he told not them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion. And so his father came unto the woman, and Samson made there a feast. For so used the young men to do, so was the custom. And when they, the citizens of that place, saw him, they brought 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said unto them, I will now put forth a riddle unto you, and if you can declare it me within 7 days of the feast, and find it out, I will give you 30 shirts and 30 change of garments. But and if ye cannot declare it me, then shall ye give me 30 shirts and 30 change of garments. And they answered him, Put forth thy riddle, that we may hear it. And he said unto them, Out of the eater came meat, or food, and out of the strong came sweetness. And they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. And when the 7th day was come, they said unto Samson's wife, Flatter thine husband, and persuade him that he may declare us the riddle, lest we burn thee and thy father's house with fire. Have he called us hither to make us beggars? And Samson's wife wept before him, and complained, and said, Surely thou hatest me, and lovest me not, for thou hast put forth a riddle unto the children of my folk, and hast not told it me. And he said unto her, Behold, I have not told it my father and my mother, and shall I tell it thee? Samson's wife wept before him 7 days while the feast lasted, and the 7th day he told her, because she lay so sore upon him. And she told it to the children of her folk. And the men of the city said unto him, the 7th day before the sun went down, What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? Then said he unto them, If ye had not plowed with my calf, ye had not found out my riddle. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon, and slew 30 men of them, and spoiled them, and gave change of garments unto them which expounded the riddle. And he was wroth, and went up to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to one of his companions, that he had taken unto him, one of the 30. 15. Samson tieth firebrands to fox tails. With the jawbone of an ass he killeth 1,000 men. Out of a great tooth in the jaw God giveth him water. But it chanced within a while after, even in the time of wheat harvest, that Samson visited his wife with a kid, saying, I will go in to my wife into the chamber. But her father would not suffer him to go in. And her father said, I thought that thou hadst hated her, and therefore gave I her unto one of thy companions. Is not her younger sister fairer than she? Take her instead of the other. Samson said unto them, Now am I more blameless than the Philistines, and therefore will I do them displeasure. Samson went out and caught 300 foxes, and took firebrands, and fastened tail to tail, and put a firebrand in the midst between 2 tails. And when he had set the brands on fire, he sent them out, that they might run abroad, which went immediately into the standing corn of the Philistines, and burnt up both the reaped corn and also the standing, with the vineyards and olives. Here's yard spelled with an I. Vineyard. Then the Philistines said, Who hath done this? And it was told them that Samson the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he had taken his wife and given her to his companion. And the Philistines came up and burnt her and her father with fire. And Samson said unto them, Though ye have done this, yet will I be avenged of you, and then I will cease. And he smote them leg and thigh with a mighty plague, or slaughter. And then he went and dwelt in the cave of the rocky Tom. Then the Philistines came up and pitched in Judah, and lay in a place that was afterward called Lehi, that is, a jawbone, where their host was scattered abroad. And the men of Judah said, Why are you come up unto us? They answered, To bind Samson are we come up, and to do to him as he hath done to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cave of the rock Etam, and said to Samson, Wottest thou not that the Philistines are rulers over us? Wherefore then hast thou done thus unto us? He answered them, As they did unto me, so have I done unto them. And they said unto him again, We are come down to bind thee, and to deliver thee into the hand of the Philistines. And if Samson said unto them, Swear unto me, and promise me that ye shall not fall upon me yourselves. They answered him, saying, No, but we will bind thee, and deliver thee unto their hands, but we will not kill thee. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and brought him from the rock. And when he came to Lehi, the Philistines shouted against him, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and the cords that were upon his arms became as flax that was burnt with fire, for the bands loosed from off his hands. And he found a rotten jawbone of an ass, and put forth his hand, and caught it, and slew 1,000 men therewith. And Samson said, With the jaw of an ass have I made heaps of them, with the jaw of an ass have I slain 1,000 men. And when he had left speaking, he cast away the jawbone out of his hand, and called the place Ramath-lehi, that is, by interpretation, the lifting up of the jawbone. And he was sore athirst, and called on the Lord, and said, Thou hast given me this great victory in the hand of thy servant, and now I must die for thirst, and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised. But God, he brake a great tooth that was in the jaw, which might even be the place called the jaw. And there came water thereout. And when he had drunk, his spirit came again, and he was refreshed. Wherefore the name thereof was called unto this day the well of the Coloron, which came of the jaw. Lehi. I don't remember the name. They translated the whole name here. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines 20 years. What's going on? Okay. 16. Samson lifteth up the gates of Gaza. He was deceived by Delilah. He pulleth down the house upon the Philistines, and dieth with them. Then went Samson to Azath, and saw there, or Gaza, and saw there a harlot, and went in unto her. And it was told the Azathites, or the Gazites, saying, Samson is come hither. And they went about and laid await for him there, and all night in the gate of the city, and were still all the night, saying, In the morning, when it is day, we shall kill him. And Samson took his rest till midnight, and arose at midnight, and took the doors of the gate of the city, and the 2 side posts, and rent them off, with the bar and all, and put them upon his shoulders, and carried them up to the top of an hill, that is before Hebron. And after this it fortuned that by the river of Sorek he loved a woman called Delilah, unto whom came the lords of the Philistines. And said unto her, Persuade him, and see wherein his great strength lieth, and by what mean we may overcome him, that we may bind him to bring him under, and every one of us shall give thee 1,100 silverlings. 1,100 silverlings. And Delilah said to Samson, O tell me where thy great strength lieth, and how thou mightest be bound, and brought under. Samson answered unto her, If they bind me with 7 green withs that were never dried, I shall be weak as other men. And then the lords of the Philistines brought her 7 withs that were yet green and never dried, and she bound him therewith. Notwithstanding, she had men lying in wait with her in the chamber. And she said unto him, The Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And immediately he brake the cords as a string of tow that is twined breaketh, as a string of tow breaketh when it feeleth fire. And so his strength was not known. And Delilah said unto Samson, See, thou hast mocked me, and told me lies. Now therefore tell me wherewith thou mightest be bound. He answered her, If they bind me with new ropes that never were occupied, I shall be weak, and as another man. Delilah therefore took new ropes, and bound him therewith, and said unto him, The Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And there were liers of weight in the chamber, and he brake them from off his arms, as they had been but a thread. Oops. What happened here? Okay. As they had been but a thread. And Delilah said unto Samson, Hitherto thou hast beguiled me and told me lies. Yet tell me how thou mightest be bound. He said unto her, If thou plaitedst the 7 locks of my head with an hair lace. And she fastened them with a nail, and said unto him, The Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awaked out of his sleep, and plucked away the nail that was in the plaiting with the hair lace. And she said unto him again, How canst thou say that thou lovest me when thine heart is not with me? Behold, thou hast mocked me this 3 times, and hast not told me wherein thy great strength lieth. And as she lay upon him with her words, continually vexing of him, his soul was encumbered, even unto the death. And so he told her all his heart, and said unto her, There never came razor upon mine head, for I have been an abstainer, that is to say, consecrate, unto God even from my mother's womb. Therefore, when I am shaven, my strength shall go, or will go from me, and I shall wax weak, and be like all other men. And when Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, she sent and called for the lords of the Philistines, saying, Come up yet this once, for he hath showed me all his heart. Then the lords of the Philistines came up unto her, and brought the money in their hands, the 1,100 silverlings. And she made him sleep upon her knees, and to lay his head down in her lap. And she sent for a man, and he did shave off the 7 locks of his head, and began to vex him. And his strength was gone from him. And she said, The Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awoke out of his sleep, and said, I will go out now, as at other times before, and shake myself. And he wist not that the Lord was departed from him. But the Philistines took him, and put out his eyes, and brought him down to Azoth, or Gaza, and bound him with 2 fetters of brass. And he did grind in the prison house. Howbeit the hair of his head began to grow again after that he was shaven. Then the lords of the Philistines gathered them together for to offer a solemn offering unto Dagon their god, and to rejoice. For they said, Our God hath delivered Samson our enemy into our hands. And when the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, Our God hath delivered into our hands our enemy and destroyer of our country, which slew many of us. And when their hearts were merry, it fortuned that they said, Send for Samson, that he may make us laugh. And they fetched Samson out of the prison house, and played before them, and they set him between the pillars. And Samson said unto the lad that led him by the hand, Set me that I may touch the pillars that the house stand upon, and that I may lean to them. And the house was full of men and women, and there were all the lords of the Philistines, and there were upon the roof 1,000 men and women that beheld while Samson played. And Samson called unto the Lord, and said, O Lord God, think upon me, and strengthen me at this time only, O God, that I may be avenged of the Philistines for my 2 eyes. And Samson caught the 2 middle pillars on which the house stood, and on which it was borne up, the one in his right hand and the other in his left, and said, My soul shall die with the Philistines, and bowed them with all his might. And the house fell upon the lords and upon all the people that were therein. And so the dead which he slew at his death were more than they which he slew in his life. And then his brethren and all his house of his father came down and took him up, and brought him, and buried him between Zarah and Eshtal, in the burying place of Manoah his father. And he judged Israel 20 years. 17. Of Micah, whose mother made him an idol of silver. There was a man in Mount Ephraim named Micah, and he said unto his mother, The 1,100 silverlings that were taken from thee, about which thou cursedst, and spakest in mine ears, behold, the silver is with me. I took it away. And his mother said, Blessed be thou, my son, in the Lord. And when he had restored the 1,100 silverlings to his mother again, his mother said, I vowed the silver unto the Lord of mine hand for thee, my son, for that thou shouldst make a graven image and an image of metal. Now therefore I will give it thee again. And when he restored the money again unto his mother took 200 silverlings and gave them to a goldsmith, which made thereof a graven image and an image of metal, and it was in the house of Micah. And the man Micah had a temple of gods, and made an ephod and teraphim, that is to say, a garment for a priest, and is the ephod, and idols are the teraphim, and filled the hand of one of his sons, which became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which was good in his own eyes. And there was a young man out of Bethlehem, Judah, of the kindred of Judah, which young man was a Levite, and sojourned there. And the man departed out of the city of Bethlehem, Judah, to go dwell where he could find a convenient place. And he came to Mount Ephraim, to the house of Micah, as he journeyed. And Micah said unto him, Whence comest thou? The Levite answered him, I am of Bethlehem, Judah, and go to dwell where I may find a place, and where I may spy it to be for my profit. And Micah said again unto him, or in return, dwell with me, and be unto me a father and a priest, and I will give thee 10 silverlings by year, 2 garments, and thy meat and drink. And the Levite was content to dwell with the man, and was unto him as one of his own sons. And Micah consecrated the hand of the Levite, and the young man became his priest, and was in the house of Micah. Then said Micah, Now I am sure that the Lord will be good unto me, seeing I have a Levite to my priest. 18. The children of Dan take the gods and the priest of Micah away. They destroy Laish, and after build it again. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the tribe of Dan sought them an inheritance to dwell in, for unto that time there fell none inheritance unto them among the tribe of Israel, or tribes of Israel. And the children of Dan sent of their kindred 5 active men in feats of war out of their coasts, even out of Zara and Eshtaol, to view the land and search it out, and said unto them, Go and search out the land, which when they came to Mount Ephraim, even to the house of Micah, they lodged there. And when they were in the house of Micah, they knew the voice of the young man the Levite. And when they turned in thither, they said unto him, Who brought thee hither? What makest thou in this place, and what hast thou here? And he answered them, Thus and thus dealt Micah with me, and hath hired me. Dealed. And I am become his priest. And they said unto him again, Ask counsel now of God, that we may know whether the way which we go shall be prosperous or no. And the priest said unto them, Go in peace, for the Lord guideth your way which ye go. Then the 5 men departed, and came to Laish, and saw the people that were therein, how they dwelt careless, after the manner of the Zidons, still and without casting of perils, without forecasting any danger. And that no man made any trouble in the land, or usurped any dominion, but were far from the Zidons, and had no business with other men. And they came unto their brethren to Zara and Eshtaol, and their brethren said unto them, What have ye done? And they answered, Arise, that we may go up against them, for we have seen the land, surely a very good one. And do ye sit still? Be not slothful to depart, but come and conquer the land, and it shall be no labor. If ye will go, ye shall come unto a people that casteth no perils, and it is a very large country, which God hath given into your hands. It is also a place which doth lack nothing that is in the world. And there departed thence of the kindred of the Danites, even out of Zara and Eshtaol, 600 men appointed with instruments of war. And they went up and pitched in Kiriath-Jearim, which is in Judah, wherefore they called the place the host of Dan unto this day. And it is on the backside of Kiriath-Jearim. And they went thence unto Mount Ephraim, and came to the house of Micah. Then answered the 5 men that went to spy out the country of Laish, and said unto their brethren, Watch ye not that there is in these houses an ephod, teraphim, a graven image, and an image of metal. Now therefore consider what ye have to do. And they turned thitherward, and came to the house of the young man the Levite, even unto the house of Micah, and saluted him peaceably. And the 600 men girded with weapons of war, which were of the children of Dan, stood by the entering of the gate. And the 5 men that went to spy out the land went in thither, and took the carved image, and the ephod, teraphim, and the image of metal. And the priest stood in the entering of the gate with the 600 men that were armed unto battle, while the other other ones went into Micah's house, and fetched the carved image, the ephod, teraphim, and the image of metal. Then said the priest unto them, What do ye? They answered him, Hold thy peace, lay thine hand upon thy mouth, and come with us to be our father and priest. Is it better for thee to be a priest unto the house of one man, than to be a priest unto a tribe or a kindred in Israel? And the priest was glad, and took the ephod and teraphim and the graven image, and went with the people. And they turned and departed, and put the children, the cattle, and their other substance before them. And when they were a good way from the house of Micah, the men that were in the houses and in Micah's house made an outcry, and followed after the children of Dan, and called unto them. And they turned to their faces, and said unto Micah, What aileth thee that thou makest an outcry? And he said, Ye have taken away my gods which I made, and also the priest, and go your ways with them. And what have I more? How then say ye unto me, What aileth thee? And the children of Dan said unto him, Let not thy voice be heard among us, lest angry fellows run upon thee, and thou lose thy life with the lives of all thine household. Stating it matter-of-factly. And so the children of Dan went to their ways. And when Micah saw that they were too strong for him, he turned and went back unto his house again. And they took the things which Micah had made, and the priest which he had, came unto Laish, even unto a people that were at rest, without mistrust, and smote them with the edge of the sword, and burnt the city with fire. And there was no man to help, because Laish was far from Zidon, and they had no meddling with any other man. And the city stood in the valley that lieth by Beth-rehob, and they built them there a city, and dwelt therein, and called it Dan, after the name of Dan their father, which was born unto Israel. Howbeit, in very deed, the name of the city was Laish at the beginning. And the children of Dan set them up the graven image, and Jonathan the son of Gershon, the son of Manasseh, and his sons were the priests in the tribe of Dan. Is this the priest? Was this him? Jonathan? Until they were carried away out of the land captive. All the way up till then. And they set them up the carved image which Micah made, all the while that the house of God was in Shiloh. And this is in the north. So there were three times that Israel was taken away in exile. Actually, okay. The ones on the east of Jordan, and then the ones west of Jordan in the north, Israel. And then Judah. Well, 19. This is a hard chapter. 19. Of the Levite, whose wife was villainously killed in Gibeah. It chanced in those days when there was no king in Israel, that a certain Levite sojourning on the side of Mount Ephraim took to wife a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah, and his concubine played the whore by him, and went away from him unto her father's house to Bethlehem, Judah. And there continued, you see this symbol here? Can you see that? It looks like a 9 with a line under it. You could say it looks like a 2, but apparently the older symbol is a 9. And I think this is a stylized 9. So that stands for CON. There continued 4 months. And her husband arose and went after her to speak friendly unto her, and to bring her home again, having his lad with him and a couple of asses. And she brought him unto her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him, he rejoiced of his coming. And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, kept him. And the Levite abode with him 3 days. And so they did eat and drink, and lodged there. The 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, the man stood up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, Comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and then go your way. And they sat down together. They sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together. And the damsel's father said unto the man, Be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry. And when the man stood up to depart, his father-in-law compelled him to turn again, or to return, and to tarry all night there. And he rose up early the 5th day to depart, and the damsel's father said, Comfort thine heart, and they tarried until after midday. And they did eat both of them together. And when the man arose to depart with his concubine and his lad, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, Behold, the day goeth fast away, and draweth toward even. Tarry all night. At the least way, tarry this day here, that thine heart may be merry. And tomorrow get you early upon your way, that thou mayest get thee to thy tent. Nevertheless, the man would not tarry, but arose and departed, and came as far as Jebus, which is Jerusalem, and his 2 asses laden, and his concubine and his lad with him. And when they were fast by Jebus, the day was sore spent. And the young man said unto his master, Come, I pray thee, and let us turn into the city of the Jebusites, and lodge all night there. His master answered him, We will not turn into a strange city that are not of the children of Israel. We will go forth to Gibeah. And he said unto his lad, Go forward, and we shall come to one of these places to lodge all night, either in Gibeah or in Ramah. And they went forward upon their way, and the sun went down upon them when they were fast by Gibeah, which belongeth to them of Benjamin. And they turned thitherward to go in and lodge all night in Gibeah. And when he came, he sat him down in a street of the city, for there was no man that took them to lodging. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at even, which was also of Mount Ephraim, and dwelt as a stranger in Gibeah. But the men at the place were the children of Gemini, or of Benjamin. And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the street of the city. And the old man said, Whither goest thou, and whence comest thou? He answered him, We come from Bethlehem, Judah, toward the side of Mount Ephraim. From thence am I, and I went to Bethlehem, Judah, and go now to the house of the Lord. And there is no man that receiveth me to house. We have straw and provender for our asses, and bread and wine for me and thy handmaid, and for the lad that is with thy servant, and we lack nothing. The old man said, Peace be with thee, all that thou lackest shalt thou find with me, only abide not in the street all night. And so he brought him into his house, and gave fodder unto his asses, and they washed their feet, and did eat and drink. And as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city which were wicked set the house round about, or beset the house round about, and thrust at the door, and spake to the man of the house, the old man, saying, Bring forth the man that came into thine house, that we may know him. And the man of the house, the old man, went out, and said unto them, O nay, my brethren, do not so wickedly, seeing that this man is come into mine house, do not so unmeet a thing. Behold, here is my daughter a maiden, and this man's concubine, them I will bring out now unto you, and humble them, and do with them what seemeth you good. But unto this man do not so abominable a thing. But the man would not hearken to him, and the man took his concubine, and brought her out unto them which knew her, and abused her all the night, even unto the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. And then came the woman in the dawning of the day, and fell down at the door of the man's house, where her lord was, till it was day. And her lord arose up in the morning, and opened the doors of the house, and went out to go his way. And behold, the woman, even his concubine, lay along before the door of the house, and her hands stretched out upon the threshold. And he, thinking her to have been asleep, said unto her, Up, and let us be going. And she answered not. Then the man, perceiving that she was dead, took her up upon an ass, and stood up and gat him unto his own house. And when he was come unto his house, he took a knife, and caught his concubine, and divided her with the bones into 12 pieces, and sent her into all quarters of Israel. And all that saw it said, There was no such deed done or seen, since the children of Israel came out of Egypt unto this day. Consider the matter, take advisement, and say your minds. 20. The battle of the Israelites against the tribe of Benjamin, for the Levite's wife which was killed. Let me see. I don't have a piece of paper. Okay. Then all the children of Israel went out, and the congregation was gathered together as it had been but one man, even from Dan to Beersheba, and unto the land of Gilead, unto the Lord in Mizpah. And there stood folk out of all quarters and of all the tribes of Israel in the congregation of the people of God, 400,000 footmen that drew swords. And when the children of Benjamin heard that the children of Israel were gone up to Mizpah, and had said, O ye children of Israel, tell us how this wickedness happened. And the Levite, the woman's husband that was slain, answered and said, I came into Gibeah that is in Benjamin, my concubine to lodge all night, and the men of Gibeah rose against me, and set the house, or beset the house round about upon me by night, and thought to have slain me, and my concubine have they so forced that she is dead. And I took my concubine, and cut her in pieces, and sent her throughout all the lands of the inheritance of Israel, for they have committed abomination and folly in Israel. Behold, you are all children of Israel, ponder this matter, and give your advice in the case. And all the people arose as it had been one man, saying, There shall not a man of us go to his tent, neither turn into his house. But this shall be it that we will do to Gibeah. We will go up by lot against it. And we will take 10 men of the 100 throughout all the tribes of Israel, and 100 of the 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, to fetch victual for the people to make that they may go against Gibeah Benjamin, because of all the abomination that they have wrought in Israel. And so all the men of Israel gathered together against the city, knit together as it had been but one man. And the tribe of Israel sent men through all the tribe of Benjamin, saying, down. No. Get down. Bernie, down. Stop. Oh yeah, my cats are climbing on stuff. For fun. Sent through all the tribe of Benjamin, saying, What wickedness is this that has happened among you? Now therefore deliver us the men, those children of Belial, which are in Gibeah, that we may slay them and put away evil from Israel. Nevertheless, the children of Benjamin would not hearken unto the voice of their brethren the children of Israel, but gathered themselves together out of the cities unto Gibeah, to come out and fight against the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin were numbered at that time out of the cities 26,000 men that drew sword, beside the inhabitants of Gibeah, which were numbered 700 chosen men. And among all these folk were 700 left-handed men, which every one could fling or sling stones at an hairbreadth, and not miss. And the children of Israel beside Benjamin were numbered 400,000 men that drew swords, and were all men of war. And the children of Israel arose and went up to Bethel, and asked counsel of God, who should begin the battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord said, Judah shall begin. And the children of Israel stood up early, and besieged Gibeah. And the men of Israel went out to battle against Benjamin, and the men of Israel put themselves in array to fight against them beside Gibeah. And the children of Israel, the children of Benjamin, came out of Gibeah, and destroyed of the Israelites that day 22,000 men, and brought them to the earth. Get down. Hey. Get down. 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 Okay. You dummies. You freaking get straight. Jump. You can do it. Good girl. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. My one cat climbed up there, and then the other one climbed up and cornered her up there. So silly. 22,000 men, and brought them to the earth. That's Benjamin did that. And the folk of the children of Israel plucked up their hearts, and went to again, and made battle in the same place where they did the first day. And the children of Israel went up and wept before the Lord unto even, and asked of the Lord, saying, Shall we go again to battle against the children of Benjamin our brethren? And the Lord said, Go up against them. And the children of Israel came out against the children of Benjamin the second day. And the children of Benjamin went against them out of Gibeah the second day, and destroyed to the earth of the children of Israel once again 18,000 men that drew swords, every man of them. Every one of those were men that drew swords. Then the children of Israel and all the people went up and came unto Bethel, and wept, and sat there before the Lord, and fasted the same day unto even, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And the children of Israel asked the Lord, for there was the ark of the appointment of God in those days, there was the ark of the appointment. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, waiting upon it at that time, said, Shall I get me up to go out any more to battle against the children of Benjamin, my brethren, or shall I cease? Okay. The Lord said, Go, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. And Israel set layers of weight round about Gibeah. Hey, stop. When my cats start fighting, then the girl comes in and hides behind the door, and I have to tell her to knock that off. You know? Okay. Like, hides behind to pounce on him when he comes in. You don't need to do that. Okay, so Israel set layers of weight round about Gibeah. And the children of Israel went up against the children of Benjamin the third time, and put themselves in array against Gibeah as twice before. And the children of Benjamin came out against the people, and were drawn away from the city. And they began to smite the people dead, as twice before, by 2 highways, of which one goeth up to Bethel, and the other to Gibeah through the field, upon 30 men of Israel, about 30 men. And the children of Benjamin said, They are fallen before us, as at the first. But the children of Israel said, Let us flee, and pluck them away from the city unto the highways. And all the men of Israel rose up out of their place, and put themselves in array at Baal Tamar. And likewise the layers in wait of Israel came forth out of their places. Out of their places, even out of the meadows that were about Gibeah, and came against Gibeah, 10,000 chosen men out of all Israel, and there was a sore battle. But the other wist not that so great evil was so nigh them. And the Lord plagued Benjamin, or slaughtered them before Israel. And the children of Israel destroyed of the Benjamites the same day 25,100 men that drew swords, every one of them. And when the children of Benjamin saw that they were put to the worst, the men of Israel gave room to the Benjamites, because they trusted unto the layers in wait, which they had laid beside Gibeah. And the layers in wait hasted and ran upon Gibeah, and went and smote all the city with the edge of the sword. And an agreement had the men of Israel from the layers in wait, that they should make a great smoke rise up out of the city. And when the men of Israel fled in the battle, Benjamin began to smite dead of the children of Israel about 30 persons, and said, The other are put to the worst before us, as in the first battle. But when there began to arise out of the city a pillar of smoke, the Benjamites looked back, and behold, the wasting of the whole city began to ascend up to heaven. When the men of Israel also turned again, the men of Benjamin were abashed, for they saw that evil approached them, and therefore they turned their backs before the men of Israel unto the way that leadeth to the wilderness. But the men of war overtook them. And beside that, they which came out of the city destroyed them in the middle of them. And thus they compassed the Benjamites about, and chased them to Menuhah, and overran them to Gibeah on the east side. And there were slain of Benjamin 18,000, which were all men of war. And they turned and fled to the wilderness ward, unto the rock of Rimmon. And the others slew by the way of the rest of them. The others slew along the way of the rest of them 5,000 men, and stuck unto them, until they came to Gideon, and slew 2,000 men of them, such that all that were slain that same day of Benjamin were 25,000 men that drew swords, which were all men of war. Only 600 men turned and fled to the wilderness unto the rock of Rimmon, and abode there 4 months. And the men of Israel turned back again unto the children of Benjamin, and smote them with the edge of the sword in the cities, both man and beast, and all that came to hand, and set on fire all the cities that they could come by. 21. The inhabitants of Gilead are utterly destroyed. And every man of Israel sware in Mizpah, saying, There shall none of us give his daughter unto any of Benjamin to wife. And the people came to Bethel, and abode there till even before God, and lift up their voices, and wept sore, and said, O Lord God of Israel, why is this chanced in Israel, that there should be this day one tribe lacking in Israel? And on the morrow the people rose up betime, and made there an altar, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the children of Israel asked, Who are they among all the tribes of Israel that came not up with the congregation unto the Lord? For they had made a great oath concerning him that came not up to the Lord to Mizpah, saying, He shall surely die. And the children of Israel had pity on Benjamin their brethren, and said, There is one tribe cut off from Israel this day. What shall we do unto the remnant of them, that they may have wives? We have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them of our daughters to wives. And they said, Is there any of the tribes of Israel that came not up to Mizpah to the Lord? And behold, there came none of the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead unto the host in congregation. For the people were viewed, and behold, or surveyed, and behold, there were none of the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead there. And they sent thither a multitude, even 12,000 men of the strongest of them, and commanded them, saying, Go and smite the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, both women and children. And this is it that ye shall do. utterly destroy all the males and all the women that have lion by men. And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 damsels, virgins that had known no man by lying with any male. And they brought them unto the host to Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. And the whole congregation sent and spake with the children of Benjamin that were in the rock of Rimmon, and called peaceably unto them. And Benjamin came again at that time, and they gave them wives which they had saved alive of the women of Jabesh Gilead. But they sufficed them not. They were not a sufficient number. And the people had compassion on Benjamin, because that God had made a gap in the tribes of Israel. And when the elders of the congregation said, What shall we do to the remnant of them to get them wives, seeing all the wives of Benjamin are destroyed? And they said, There must be an inheritance for them that be escaped of Benjamin, that a tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. Howbeit we may not give them wives of our daughters, for the children of Israel had sworn, saying, Cursed be he that giveth a wife to Benjamin. Then they said, Behold, there is a feast of the Lord yearly in Shiloh, which is on the north side of Bethel, and on the east side of the way that goeth from Bethel to Shechem, and south from Lebanon. Therefore they commanded the children of Benjamin, saying, Go and lie in wait in the vineyards. And when you see that the daughters of Shiloh come out to dance in a row, then come ye out of the vineyards, and catch you every man a wife of the daughters of Benjamin. And this is some kind of pagan dance or something, presumably heathen dance, kind of feast. And when their fathers, a wife of the daughters of Benjamin. And when their fathers or brethren come unto us to complain, we will say unto them, Have pity on us for their sakes, because we reserved not to each man his wife in time of war, neither have ye given unto them that ye should sin at this time. Neither have ye given unto them. And the children of Benjamin did even so, and took them wives according to the number of them that danced, whom they caught, and they went and returned unto their inheritance, and repaired the cities, and dwelt in them. And the children of Israel departed thence at that time, and went every man to his tribe and to his kindred, and went out from thence every man to his inheritance. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which seemed right in his own eyes. The end of the book of Judges. The book of Ruth, chapter 1. Wow. Elimelech goeth with his wife and children into the land of Moab. It fortuned... Oops. You look at the picture too. Take them. It fortuned that in the days of a certain judge, when the judges judged, there fell a dearth in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went for to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. The name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the names of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion, and they were Ephraimites out of Bethlehem, Judah. And when they came into the land of Moab, they continued there. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she remained with her 2 sons, which took them wives of the nations of the Moabites. The one's name was Orpah, and the other's Ruth. They dwelled there about 10 years. And Mahlon and Chilion died also, even both of them, and the woman was left desolate of her 2 sons and of her husband. Then stood she up with her daughters-in-law, and returned from the country of Moab, for she had heard say in the country of Moab how that the Lord had visited his people, and given them bread. Wherefore she departed out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters with her, and they went on their way to return unto the land of Judah. And Naomi said unto her 2 daughters-in-law, Go and return each of you unto your mother's house, and the Lord deal as kindly with you as you have dealt with the dead, and with me. And the Lord give you that ye may find rest, either of you in the house of her husband. And when she kissed them, they lifted up their voice and wept, and said unto her, We will go with thee unto thy folk. And Naomi said, Turn again, my daughters, or return. For what cause will you go with me? Are there any more children in my womb to be your husbands? Turn again, my daughters, and go, for I am too old to have an husband. And if I said, I have hope, if I took a man also this night, yea, and though I had already born sons, would you dare tarry after them till they were of age? Or would you for them so long refrain from taking of husbands? Not so, my daughters, for it grieveth me much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. And they lifted up their voices and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth abode still by her. And Naomi said, See, thy sister-in-law is gone back again unto her people and unto her gods. Return thou after her. And Ruth answered, entreat me not to leave thee, and to return from after thee, for whither thou goest, I will go also, and where thou dwellest, there I will dwell. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Where thou diest, there will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so and so to me, if aught than death only depart thee and me asunder, or part thee and me asunder. If anything other than death, part you and me. When she saw that she was steadfastly minded to go with her, she left speaking unto her. And so they went both until they came to Bethlehem. And when they were come to Bethlehem, it was noised of them through all the city. And the women said, Is not this Naomi? And she answered them, Call me not Naomi, that is to say beautiful, but call me Mara, that is to say bitter, for the Almighty hath made me very bitter. I went out full, and the Lord hath brought me home again empty. Why then call ye me Naomi, seeing the Lord hath humbled me, and the Almighty hath brought me unto adversity? And so Naomi, with Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, returned out of the country of Moab, and came to Bethlehem in the beginning of barley harvest. 2. Naomi's husband had a kinsman of strength and might, which was of the kindred of Elimelech, named Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said unto Naomi, Let me go to the field and gather ears of corn, such as the reapers leave, after any man in whose sight I find grace. And she said unto her, Go, my daughter. And she went and came to the field and gathered after the reapers. And her chance was that the same field pertained unto Boaz, which was of the kindred of Elimelech. Her chance. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh. Okay. All right. Her chance was. And behold, Boaz came from Bethlehem, and said unto the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless thee. Then said Boaz unto his young man that stood by the reapers, Whose damsel is this? And the young man that stood by the reapers answered and said, It is the Moabitish damsel that came with Naomi out of the country of Moab. And she said unto us, let me... Well, that doesn't matter. I guess I'm used to that. She said unto us, let me lease and gather after the reapers. Let me lease. Ooh, that's a little interesting. Let me lease and gather after the reapers, and the years that remain. And so she came and hath continued even from the morning unto now, save that she tarried a little in the house. Then said Boaz unto Ruth, Hearest thou, my daughter? Go to no other field to gather, neither go from hence, but abide here by my maidens. Let thine eyes be on the field that they reap, and go thou after the maidens. Have I not charged the young men that they shall do thee no hurt? Moreover, when thou art athirst, go unto the vessels and drink of that which the lads have drawn. Then she fell on her face and bowed herself to the ground, and said unto him, How is it that I have found grace in thine eyes, and that thou shouldst know me, seeing I am an alien? And Boaz answered and said unto her, All is told and showed me that thou hast done unto thy mother-in-law since the death of thine husband, how thou hast left thy father and mother in the land where thou wast born, and art come into a nation which thou knewest not in time past. The Lord requite thy work, and a full reward be given thee of the Lord God of Israel, under whose wings thou art come to abide. Then she said, Let me find favor in thy sight, my Lord, thou that hast comforted me, and spoken heartily unto thy maid, which yet am not like unto one of thy maids. Boaz said unto her again, In time of refection, mealtime, come thou hither, and eat of the bread, and dip thy sop in the vinegar. And she sat down by the reapers, and he reached to her, parched corn, which is roast grain, of the which she did eat, and was sufficed, and left part over. And when she was risen up to gather, Boaz commanded his young man, saying, Let her gather even among the heaps, and forbid her not, and leave her some of the sheaves for the nonce. Which corresponds to on purpose, for the nonce. I think that's like, I have to look that up. At random. And let it lie that she may gather it up without shame. Okay, there we go, without shame. And rebuke her not. Let it not appear that it was on purpose. Do it on purpose, but don't let it appear that it was on purpose. And so she gathered in the field until even, and threshed that she had gathered, and it was in measure upon an ephah, or about an ephah, that is 3 bushels of barley. And she took it up and went into the city, and when her mother-in-law had seen what she had gathered, she plucked out also, and gave to her that she had reserved, when she had eaten enough. She plucked out also, and gave to her that she had reserved, when she had eaten enough. And her mother-in-law said unto her, Where hast thou gathered today, and where wroughtest thou? Blessed be he that knew thee. And she showed her mother-in-law how that she had wrought with him, and said, The man's name with whom I wrought today is Boaz. And Naomi said unto her daughter-in-law, Blessed be he of the Lord, for he ceaseth not to do good to the living and to the dead. And Naomi said again unto her, The man is nigh unto us, and of our next kin. And Ruth the Moabite said, He said unto me also, Thou shalt be with my young men until they have ended all my harvest. And Naomi answered unto Ruth her daughter-in-law, It is best, my daughter, that thou go out with his maidens, and that they fall not upon thee in any other field. And so she kept herself by the maidens of Boaz, to gather unto the end of barley harvest, and of wheat harvest also, and dwelt with her mother-in-law. 3. Ruth sleepeth at Boaz's feet, and is known to be his kinswoman. Known for. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said unto her, My daughter, shall I not seek rest for thee, that thou mayest prosper? And is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose maidens thou wast? Behold, he winnoweth barley tonight in the threshing floor. Wash thyself therefore, and anoint thee, and put thy raiment upon thee, and get thee down to the barn. But let not a man know of thee until he have left eating and drinking. And when he goeth to sleep, mark the place where he layeth him down, and then go and lift up the cloths that are on his feet, and lay thee down there. And so shall he tell thee what thou shalt do. And she answered her, All that thou biddest me, I will do. And so she went down unto the barn, and did according to all that her mother-in-law bade her. And when Boaz had eaten and drunken, and made him merry, and was gone in to lie down beside the heap of corn, she came softly, and lifted up the cloths of his feet, and laid her down. And at midnight the man was afraid, and groped about. And behold, a woman lay at his feet. And he said, What art thou? She answered, I am Ruth thine handmaid. Spread thy wing over thine handmaid, for thou art the next or nighest of the kin. He said, Blessed be thou in the Lord, my daughter, for thou hast showed more goodness in the latter end than at the beginning, inasmuch as thou followedst not young men, whether they were poor or rich. And now, my daughter, fear not, I will do to thee all that thou requirest, for all the city of my people doth know that thou art a woman of virtue. And it is true that I am of thy next kin, howbeit there is one nigher than I. Tarry this night, and when morning is come, if he will make merry thee, it is good, so let him do. But and if he will not have thee, as sure as the Lord liveth, I will have thee. Lie still until the morning. And so she lay at his feet until the morning. And she arose up before one could know another. And he said, Let no man know that there came any woman into the barn. And he said again, Bring thy mantle that thou hast upon thee, and hold it up. And when she held it up, she meet, or he, measured in, measured in 6 measures of barley and laid it on her. And she gat her into the city. And when she came in to her mother-in-law, she said, How is it with thee, my daughter? And she told her all that the man had done to her. And said also, These 6 measures of barley gave he me, and said, Thou shalt not come empty unto thy mother-in-law. Then said she, My daughter, sit still until thou know how the matter will chance, for the man will not be in rest until he have finished the thing this same day. For Boaz taketh Ruth to wife, of whom he begetteth Obed. Then went Boaz unto the gate, and sat him down there, and behold, the kinsman of which Boaz spake came by, unto whom he said, Come and sit down here. And called him by his name, and he turned in and sat down, and he took 10 men of the elders of the city, and said, Sit ye down here. And they sat down. And he said unto the kinsman, Naomi, that is come again out of the country of Moab, will sell a parcel of land which was our brother Elimelech's, and I thought to do thee to wit. I do you to wit, and bid thee buy it before the inhabitants and elders of my people. If thou be disposed to redeem it, do. But and if thou wilt not purchase it, then tell me, that I may know. Oh, I thought to have ye know it. Do ye to wit. For there is none to challenge it. Challenge without an H. For there is none to challenge it, save thou, and I next thee. And the other answered, I will purchase it. Then said Boaz, What day thou buyest the field of the hand of Naomi, thou must take also Ruth the Moabite, the wife of the dead, to stir up the name of the dead upon his inheritance. The kinsman answered, I cannot purchase it for marring of mine own inheritance. Take thou my right to thee, for I cannot purchase it. Now this was the manner of old time in Israel concerning purchase and changing, or exchanging, for to establish all things, that a man must pluck off his shoe and give it his neighbor, and this was a sure witness in Israel. Therefore the kinsman said to Boaz, Buy it thou, and so drew off his shoe. Buy it thou. And Boaz said unto the elders and unto all the people, Ye are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and all that was Chilion's and Mahlon's of the hand of Naomi. And Naomi, of the hand of Naomi. And moreover, Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Mahlon, have I purchased to be my wife, to stir up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, and that his name be not put out from among his brethren, and from the gate of his place. Ye are witnesses this day. And all the people that were in the gate, and the elders said, We are witnesses. The Lord make the woman that is come into thine house like Rachel and Leah, which twain did build the house of Israel. Do thou also valiantly in Ephratah, and be famous in Bethlehem. Thy house be like the house of Pharez, whom Tamar bare unto Judah, even of the seed which the Lord shall give thee of this young woman. And so Boaz took Ruth, and she was his wife, and when he went in unto her, the Lord gave that she conceived and bare a son. And the women said unto Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, the which hath not left thee without a kinsman, to have a name in Israel, and that shall bring thy life again, and cherish thine old age. For thy daughter-in-law, which loveth thee, hath borne unto him, and she is better to thee than 7 sons. And Naomi took the child and laid it in her lap, and became nurse unto it. And her neighbors gave it a name, saying, There is a child born to Naomi, and called it Obed. The same is the father of Jesse, the father of David. These are the generations of Pharez. Pharez begat Hezron, Hezron begat Ram, Ram begat Aminadab, Aminadab begat Nahshon, Nahshon begat Salmon, Salmon begat Boaz, Boaz begat Obed, Obed begat Jesse, Jesse begat David. And this is the spelling of Jesse all throughout. It's the same spelling as Isaiah. The same exact spelling. But you can tell who it is by context. Okay. Well, hey, I could continue. Why not? The first book of Samuel, also called the first book of Kings by some, but no longer. 1. Elkanah hath 2 wives, Hannah and Peninnah. There was a man of one of the 2 Ramoths of the kindred of Zophim. There was a man of Ramoth Zophim, of Mount Ephraim, named Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephrathite, which had 2 wives, the one called Hannah and the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had none. And the said man went up out of his city every feast day, to pray and to offer unto the Lord of hosts in Shiloh, where were the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, the Lord's priests. And it fell on a solemn day that Elkanah offered, and gave to Peninnah his wife and to all her sons and daughters portions. But unto Hannah he gave a portion with a heavy cheer, an extra portion, for he loved Hannah. And the Lord had made her barren, and her enemy Peninnah vexed her a good to move her, because the Lord had made her barren. And so did she year by year, as oft as she went up to the house of the Lord, and so chafed her, which wept and did not eat. Then said Elkanah her husband to her, Hannah, why weepest thou, and why eatest thou not? And why is thine heart troubled? Am not I better to thee than 10 sons? So Hannah rose up after that they had eaten and drunken in Shiloh, and Eli the priest sat upon a stool by one of the side posts of the temple of the Lord, and she was troubled in her mind, and prayed unto the Lord, and wept sore, and vowed a vow, and said, O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt look on the trouble of thine handmaid, and remember me, and not forget thine handmaid, but give unto thine handmaid a man-child, I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. And she continued praying before the Lord. As she continued praying, it fortuned that Eli marked her mouth, for Hannah spake in her heart, and her lips did but move only, and her voice was not heard. And therefore Eli thought she had been drunken. And Eli said unto her, How long wilt thou be drunken? Put away from thee the wine that thou hast. Hannah answered and said, Not so, my lord. I am a woman of a sorrowful heart. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but have poured out my soul before the Lord. Count not thine handmaid to be like a daughter of Belial, for out of the abundance of my heaviness and grief have I spoken hitherto. Eli answered her again in return and said, Go in peace. The God of Israel grant thee thy petition that thou hast asked of him. She said, Let thine handmaid find grace in thy sight. And so the woman went her way and did eat, and looked no more so sad. And they rose up early and worshipped before the Lord, and then returned and came to their house to Ramoth. And when Elkanah knew Hannah his wife, the Lord remembered her, for in process of time it came to pass that she conceived and bare a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, Because I have asked him of the Lord. And Elkanah and all his house went up to offer unto the Lord the offering due for the feast, and also his vow. Nevertheless Hannah went not up, but said unto her husband, I will tarry until the lad be weaned, and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord, and there abide forever. Elkanah her husband answered her, Do what seemeth thee best. Tarry at home until thou hast weaned him. And I beseech the Lord to make good his saying. And so the woman abode and gave her son suck until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took him with her with 3 bullocks and an ephah of flour and a bottle of wine, and brought him unto the house of the Lord in Shiloh. And the child was yet but tender of age. And they slew a bullock, and brought in the lad to Eli. And she said, O my Lord, as truly as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I am the woman that stood before thee here, praying unto the Lord. For this lad I prayed, and the Lord hath given me my desire, which I asked of him. And therefore I have given him unto the Lord, as long as he is meet for the Lord. And they worshipped the Lord there. 2. The Song of Hannah, the offense of the sons of Eli. And Hannah prayed and said, Mine heart rejoiceth in the Lord, and mine horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is wide open over mine enemies, for I rejoice in thy salvation. There is none so holy as the Lord, for without thee is nothing, neither is there any of strength as is our God. Talk not too much proudly, let old things depart out of your mouths, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, and his purposes come to pass. The bow of the strong is broken, and they that were weak have girded themselves with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry cease so to be, till the barren hath borne 7, and she that had many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive, bringeth down to hell, and fetcheth up again. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich, bringeth low and heaveth up on high. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to inherit them with the seat of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the round world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall keep silence in darkness, and in his own might shall no man be strong. The Lord's adversaries shall be destroyed of him, and out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the world, and shall give might unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. And Elkanah went to Ramoth to his house, and the lad did minister unto the Lord before Eli the priest. But the sons of Eli were children of Belial, and knew not the Lord. And the priests made a law for the people, that whensoever any man offered any offering, the priest's lad came while the flesh was in seething, and a flesh hook with 3 teeth in his hand, and thrust it into the pan, kettle, cauldron, or pot. And all that the flesh hook brought up, that the priest took away. And so they did unto all the Israelites that came thither to Shiloh. Yea, and thereto, before they burnt the fat, the priest's lad came and said to the man that offered, Give flesh, that I may dress it for the priest, for he will not have sodden flesh of thee, but raw. And if any man said unto him, Let them burn the fat according to the day, and then take as much as thine heart desireth, the lad would answer him, Yea, thou shalt give it me now, and if thou wilt not, I will take it with violence, or force. And the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for men abhorred the offering of the Lord. But the child Samuel ministered before the Lord, girded about with a linen ephod. Moreover, his mother made him a little coat, and brought it to him from year to year, when she came up with her husband to offer the offering in the solemn feasts. Oh yeah. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and said, The Lord give thee seed of this woman for the petition that she asked of the Lord. And they went unto their own home. And the Lord visited Hannah, such that she conceived and bare 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the child Samuel grew before the Lord. Eli was very old, and heard all that his sons did unto all Israel, and how they lay with the women that waited at the door of the tabernacle of witness. And he said unto them, Why do ye such things? For of all these people I hear evil reports of you. Oh, nay, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear, how that ye make the Lord's people to trespass. If one man sin against another, daysmen may be judges between them. But if a man sin against the Lord, who will be his daysman? Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them. The child Samuel profited, and grew, and was in favor both with the Lord and also with men. And there came a man of God unto Eli, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Did not I appear unto the house of thy father, when they were in Egypt, subject unto Pharaoh's house? And I chose thy father out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, for to offer upon mine altar, and to burn incense, and to wear an ephod before me. And I gave unto the house of thy father all the offerings of the children of Israel. Wherefore tread ye down my sacrifice and mine offering, which I commanded to be made in the tabernacle, and dishonorest thy children above me? And honorest my children above me, to make yourselves fat of the first fruits of all the offerings of Israel my people. Wherefore the Lord God of Israel saith, I said, that thy house and the house of thy father should walk before me forever. But now, saith, I said that they should walk before me forever. But now the Lord saith, that be far from me. For them that worship me I will worship, or, give value, raise up. And they that despise me shall come to shame. Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm, and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an elder in thine house. And thou shalt see thine enemy in the tabernacle, and in all that shall please Israel, and there shall not be an elder in thine house forever. Nevertheless, I will not destroy all the males that come of thee from mine altar, but to make thine eyes daze, and to make thine heart melt. And all they that be multiplied in thine house shall die, if they be men. Oh, yeah. They use worship equally toward God and toward people in this book, which is a little bit awkward sounding. but give worth to, raise up. And this shall be a sign unto thee, that shall come upon thy 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, even in one day they shall die both. And I will stir me up a faithful priest that shall do according to my heart and mind. And I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever. And they that are left in thine house shall come and crouch to him for a little piece of silver and a cake of bread, and shall say, Put me, I pray thee, in one office or other among the priests, that I may eat a morsel of bread. 3. The Lord calleth Samuel 3 times. And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days, neither was there any open vision. And it chanced at that time that Eli lay in his place, and his eyes began to wax dim, that he could not see. And ere the lamp of God went out, Samuel laid him down to sleep in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. And the Lord called Samuel, and he said, Here am I. And he ran unto Eli and said, Here am I. For thou calledst me. And he said, I called thee not, go again and sleep. And he went and laid him down to sleep. And the Lord called once again Samuel. And Samuel rose and went to Eli and said, I am here, for thou didst call me. And he answered, I called thee not, my son. Go again and take thy rest. Samuel knew not yet the Lord, and neither was the word of the Lord yet opened unto him. And the Lord went to and called Samuel the 3rd time, and he arose and went to Eli and said, I am here, for thou hast called me. And Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child. Therefore Eli said unto Samuel, Go and lie down, and if he call thee again, then say, Speak on, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and laid him down in his place, and the Lord came and stood and called as before. This is 4 times. Samuel, Samuel. Samuel answered, Speak on, for thy servant heareth. And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel, that both the ears of as many as heareth it shall tingle. In that day I will raise up against Eli that which I have spoken concerning his house, from the beginning to the ending. I have told him that I will judge his house forever, for the wickedness which he knoweth. For when the people cursed his sons for the same wickedness, he hath not corrected them. And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the wickedness of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever. Samuel lay till the morning, and opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel feared to show Eli the vision. Then Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. And he answered, Here I am. He said, What is that the Lord hath said unto thee? See thou hide it not from me. God do so and so to thee, if thou hide anything from me of all that he said unto thee. And Samuel told him every whit, and hid nothing from him. And he said, It is the Lord, let him do what seemeth him best. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and left none of his words unperformed. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba wist that faithful Samuel was made the Lord's prophet. And the Lord appeared again in Shiloh, for the Lord opened himself to Samuel in Shiloh through the word of the Lord. 4. The ark of the Lord is taken, Eli and his children die. And Samuel spake unto all Israel. And it fortuned that in those days the Philistines came together to fight. And Israel went out against the Philistines to battle, and pitched beside the helpstone. Oh, the helpstone. I wanted to find out what that was. The Philistines pitched in Aphek, and put themselves in array against Israel. And in the end of the battle, Israel was put to the worst before the Philistines. And the Philistines slew in array along by the fields about 4,000 men. And when the people were come into their tents, the elders of Israel said, Wherefore hath the Lord cast us down this day before the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the appointment of the Lord out of Shiloh unto us, that when it cometh among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemy. And so the people sent to Shiloh, and fetched from thence the ark of the appointment of the Lord of hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims. And there were the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, with the ark of the appointment of God. And it fortuned that when the ark of the appointment of the Lord came into the host, all Israel shouted a mighty shout, such that the earth rang again, or resounded. And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, What meaneth the sound of this mighty shout in the host of the Hebrews? And they understood how that the ark of the Lord was come into the host. And the Philistines were afraid and said, God is come into the host. And they said again, Woe unto us, for it was never so before this. Woe unto us, who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with so many plagues in the wilderness. Be strong, and quit yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews, as they have been to you. Be men therefore, and fight. And the Philistines fought, and Israel was put to the worse, and fled every man into his tent, and there was an exceeding great slaughter, for there were overthrown of Israel 30,000 footmen. And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were dead. And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the array, and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes rent, and earth upon his head. And when he came, Eli sat upon a stool, and looked toward the way, for his heart feared for the ark of God. And when the man came into the city, and told it, all the city cried. And when Eli heard the noise of the crying, he said, What meaneth the noise of that rumor, or clamor? And the man came in hastily and told Eli. Eli was 80 old, and his sight failed him that he could not see. And the man said unto Eli, I am he that came out of the array, and fled this day out of the host. And he said, What thing is fortuned, my son? The messenger answered and said, Israel is fled before the Philistines, and there is a great slaughter chanced among the people, and thy two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken. And it fortuned that when he made mention of the ark of God, Eli fell from off his stool backward upon the threshold of the gate, and his neck brake, and he died, for he was an old man and heavy, and judged Israel 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, Phinehas' wife, was with child and nigh the birth, and when she heard the tidings of the ark of that the ark of God was taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself and travailed, for her pains came upon her. And about the time of her death, the women that stood about her said unto her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son. But she answered not, nor regarded it. And she named the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of God was taken, and because of her father-in-law and her husband. And she said again, The glory is gone from Israel, for the ark of God is taken. 5. Dagon, the god of the Philistines, is cast flat before the ark. And the Philistines took the ark of God and carried it from the helpstone unto Ashdod. Again, the Philistines took the ark of God and brought it into the house of Dagon and set it by Dagon. And when they of Ashdod were up in the morning, behold, Dagon lay upon the earth before the ark of the Lord, and they took Dagon and set him in his place again. And when they were up early in the next morning, behold, Dagon lay upon the ground before the ark of the Lord, and his head and his two hands cut off upon the threshold, that only the shape of a fish was left on him. Therefore is it that the priests of Dagon, neither any man that cometh into Dagon's house, tread not on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod unto this day. But the hand of the Lord was heavy upon them of Ashdod, and he destroyed them and smote them with emerods, both Ashdod and in all the coasts thereof, the villages also in the fields. In the midst of the country were full, and there came up mice, and it was a confusion of a great death in the city. And when the men of Ashdod saw that it was so, they said, The ark of the God of Israel shall not abide here with us, for his hand is sore upon us and upon Dagon our God. They sent therefore and gathered all the lords of the Philistines unto them, and said, What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel? They answered, Let the ark of the God of Israel be carried about unto Gath. And they carried the ark of the God of Israel about. And it fortuned that when they had carried it about, there was by the hand of the Lord a mighty great noise in the city, and he smote the men of the city, both small and great, and they had secret diseases. And the Gittites took counsel and made themselves privy seats of skins. Therefore they sent the ark of God to Akron. And as soon as the ark of God came to Akron, the Akronites cried out, saying, They have brought the ark of the God of Israel to us to slay us and our people. And so they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines, and said, Send away the ark of the God of Israel to go again unto his own place, that it slay us not and our people. For there was a deadly noise throughout all the city, and the hand of God was exceeding sore there. And the men that died not were smitten with the emerods, and the cry of the city went up to heaven. 6. What made me interested in reading the Bible? Hi, good evening, Ice Krieg. I'm interested in reading the Bible because I wanted to understand all the words of it, which means I have a lot of reading to do. Why did I decide to read it on stream, though? I can answer that. I first read this on stream when I did that King James speedrun, because I wanted to demonstrate, and this is the same reason that I run any video game speedrun. I want to demonstrate how short of a work it is, either to finish the game or to finish the book. So that was my first inspiration. To kind of demonstrate how short the book really is. It's a as far as books go, it's long, but it could be way longer, and it's not. I wasn't that fast at reading it when I started out either. But I decided that I wanted to be familiar with it. And I've only been reading the Bible. Oh, that's still that's still from 2023, that 53 hours, 20 minutes in segments. That was over the course of 17 days. But I wanted to know what was in here and what was not in here. I wanted to get familiar with it. It could be sub 50 too. Sub 50 as well. This is going to be like a 70-hour read through, I think, this year. Something like that. This is a good place for a break. Yeah, in theory. And I'd love to kind of get a little group together and try to do that. Like, just read it continuous, read it nonstop. So that when some person gets tired, the other person goes. But yeah, for one person, I bet that 1 week is possible. 7 hours a day reading is a lot, but it's feasible. Maybe 3.5 hour sections, morning and evening. I think it could be done. I don't any faster than that. I don't see the point in trying to do it. Multi-day nonstop. Oh man. I even hear today that anytime I hear of long speedruns these days, it sounds like the kind of the community agrees that that you have a required break within it, like a required 8-hour break or whatever between the two halves of it or something. That seems to be something that that they're doing more and more these days. Started out, everybody did segmented runs back in the day. Then they did RTA. Then we're kind of getting into now there's required breaks. The whole series, that's wild. If you don't mind, I'm going to go on chapter 6 here. 6. The ark of the Lord was in the country of the Philistines. Oh, the kine. cows. Bring home the ark with the rewards. Or the reward is a name for wage or price. Or the payment for even like renting it, having it in possession. That could be a reading of reward. When the Philistines called for the priests and the soothsayers, saying, "What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us wherewith we shall send it home again." They said, "If you send the ark of the God of Israel home again, send it not empty, but reward it with a trespass offering," include a reward, "and then ye shall be whole, and it shall be known to you why his hand departeth not from you." Then said they, "And what shall be the trespass offering which we shall reward him with?" And they answered, 5 golden arses and 5 golden mice, according to the number of the lords of the Philistines. For it is one manner of plague or slaughter on you all, and on your lords. Wherefore ye shall make images like to your arses, and images like to your mice that corrupt the land, and ye shall give glory unto the God of Israel, that he may take his hand from off you, and from off your gods, and from off your land. Wherefore do ye harden your hearts, as the Egyptians and Pharaoh hardened their hearts, which when he took on against them, did they not let the people go, and they departed? When he took on against them, did they not let the people go, and they departed? That's an interesting phrase. Yeah, I have splits for it. Yeah, I had a timer run from start to end. We could do that. I might do that next month. Next month will be 2 years since I've done that. Now therefore make a new cart, and take 2 milk kine, on whose neck there hath come no yoke, and tie the kine to the ark, and bring the calves home from them. Bring the calves home away from the kine, and take the ark of the Lord, and lay it upon the cart, and put the jewels of gold, which ye reward him with for a sin offering, in a coffer by the side thereof, and send it away, that it may go. And if ye see that he go up by the way of his own coast to Bethshemesh, then it is he that did us this great evil. If no, we shall know then that it is not his hand that smote us, but it was a chance that happened us. And the men did even so, and took 2 kine that gave milk, and tied them to the cart, and kept the calves at home. And they laid the ark of the God upon the cart, and the coffer with the mice of gold, and with the images of their arses. And the kine took the straight way to Bethshemesh, and went one way, and as they went, lowed, and turned neither to the right hand, neither to the left. And the lords of the Philistines went after them until the borders of Bethshemesh. And they of Bethshemesh were reaping their wheat harvest in the valley, and they lifted up their eyes and spied the ark, and rejoiced when they saw it. And the cart came into the field of one Joshua a Bethshemite, and stood still there. There was also a great stone, and they clave the wood of the cart, and offered the kine a burnt offering, or as a burnt offering, unto the Lord. And the Levites took down the ark of the Lord, and the coffer that was with it, wherein the jewels of gold were, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Bethshemesh sacrificed burnt sacrifice, and offered offerings that same day unto the Lord. And when the 5 lords of the Philistines had seen it, they returned to Ekron the same day. And these are the golden arses which the Philistines gave to amends for a trespass offering to the Lord. For Ashdod 1, for Gaza 1, for Ashkelon 1, for Gath 1, and for Ekron 1. And golden mice, according to the number of all the cities of the Philistines, even according to the 5 lords, both of walled towns and of towns unwalled, even unto the great stone of lamentation, whereon they set down the ark of the Lord, which stone remaineth unto this day in the field of Joshua, or Jehoshua the Bethshemite. And he plagued the men of Bethshemesh, because they had seen the ark of the Lord, and he slew among the people 50,000 and 60 men. And the other people lamented, because the Lord had slain the people with so great a slaughter. Wherefore the men of Bethshemesh said, Who is able to stand before the Lord, so holy a God, and to whom shall he go from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim, saying, The Philistines have brought again the ark of the Lord. Come ye down, therefore, and fetch it up to you. 7. The ark is brought to Kiriath Jearim. World record? That's hard to say. There's not really a record I could find, segmented. I found a record of a group reading which they did in like, well, I don't remember anymore. They did it pretty fast because they were a group. It might have been like 70 hours. I can't compete with that as one person. I'm probably not interested in doing an RTA run nonstop. That's probably, I don't know. It probably sounded like that's what I was going to do, but I probably use my splits and do another segmented run. And then maybe sometime next year, try to do a continuous. It'd be pretty ambitious, though. Maybe I could. But I have a lot of practice. And so another segmented run would be good practice. Yeah. And so the men of Kiriath-Jearim came and fetched up the ark of the Lord and brought it into the house of Abinadab in Gibeah and sanctified Eleazar his son to keep the ark of the Lord. And while the ark abode in Kiriath-Jearim, the days multiplied, and there passed over 20 years. And all the house of Israel lamented after the Lord. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, If ye be come again unto the Lord with all your hearts, then put away the strange gods and Ashtaroths from among you, and prepare your hearts unto the Lord, and serve him only, for he shall rid you out of the hand of the Philistines. Then the children of Israel did put away Baalim and Ashtaroth, and served the Lord only. And Samuel said, Gather all Israel to Mizpah, and I will pray for you unto the Lord. And they gathered together to Mizpah, and drew water, and poured it out before the Lord, and fasted the same day, and said there, We have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mizpah. When the Philistines heard that the children of Israel were so gathered together to Mizpah, the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And when the children of Israel heard that, they were afraid of the Philistines, or due to the Philistines. And the children of Israel said to Samuel, Cease not to cry unto the Lord our God for us, that he may save us out of the hand of the Philistines. And Samuel took a sucking lamb, and offered it altogether for a burnt offering unto the Lord, and cried unto the Lord for Israel. And the Lord heard him. And as Samuel offered the burnt offering, the Philistines came to fight against Israel. But the Lord thundered a great thunder that same day among the Philistines, and scattered them, that they fell before Israel. And the men of Israel went out of Mizpah, and pursued. Well, pursued the Philistines, and followed upon them until the place that is under Bethkar. Well, see, if I compare fairly with them, I have to say that my PB is 17 days, because I don't know. I mean, I read it, I read at a faster pace than them, for sure. But not continually. They were also not going for a record. They were just doing a continual reading. And they ended up, oh, hey, we did it in this amount of time. It was like even a little bit quicker than they expected. And then Samuel took a stone and pitched it between Mizpah and the mark of the rock. The mark of the rock. And called the name thereof the stone of help. Oh, the help stone, saying, Hitherto hath the Lord helped us. And so the Philistines were brought under, and they came no more into the coasts of Israel. I think it's allowed. I kind of set rules for myself that if you don't have to pronounce the names correctly, so to speak. But definitely, if you accidentally skip a word or misread, it's the honor system. You have to go back and reread it properly. Well, and I mean, at a certain point, you start to sound a little bit unintelligible. Your mouth begins to not really cooperate with you. I don't know if you've ever tried that for hours on end. your tongue starts to tingle. And it's hard to keep your mouth from getting dry. It's pretty challenging. And you start to get a little bit lightheaded. So hitherto hath the Lord helped us. And so the Philistines were brought under, and they came no more into the coasts of Israel. And the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines all the days of Samuel. Thereto the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored again to Israel, even from Akron to Gath, with the coasts of the same. And Israel plucked them out of the hands of the Philistines, and there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life, and went about year by year to Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, and judged Israel in all those places, and came again to Ramah, for there was his house, and there he judged Israel also, and there he built an altar unto the Lord. 8. The people require a king. When Samuel was old, he made his sons judges over Israel. The name of his eldest son was Joel, and the name of the second Abijah, and they were judges in Beersheba. And his sons walked not in his ways, but turned aside after lucre, and took rewards, or bribes, and perverted the right. Then all the elders of Israel gathered them together, and came to Samuel unto Ramah, and said unto him, Behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways. Now therefore make us a king, to judge us, as all other nations have. But the thing displeased Samuel, when they said, Give us a king to judge us. Samuel prayed unto the Lord, and the Lord said unto Samuel, Hear the voice of the people in all that they say unto thee, for they have not cast thee away, but me, that I should not reign over them. And as they have ever done, since I brought them out of Egypt unto this day, and have forsaken me, and served other gods, even so do they unto thee. Now therefore hearken unto their voice, howbeit yet testify unto them, and show them the duty of the king that shall reign over them, or the manner. And Samuel told all the words of the Lord unto the people. Then asked the king of him, and he said, This shall be the duty of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons, and put them to his chariots, and make his horsemen of them to run before his chariot, and will make him of them captains over thousands and over fifties, and will set them to ear his ground, and to gather in his harvest, and to make instruments of war, and apparel for his chariots. And he will take your daughters, and make them apothecaries, cooks, and bakers. And he shall take the best of your fields, and of your vineyards, and of your olive trees, and give them unto his servants. And he shall take the tenth of your seed and of your vineyards, and give it to his chamberlains and to his servants. And he shall take the best of your men servants and maid servants and young men and of your asses, and put them to his work. And he shall take the tenth of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. And ye shall cry out at that time upon your king, which ye shall have chosen you, and the Lord will not hear you that day. Nevertheless, the people would not hear the voice of Samuel, but did say, Nay, not so, but there shall be a king over us, that we may be like other nations, and that our king may judge us, and go out before us, and fight our battles for us. Therefore, when Samuel heard all the words of the people, he rehearsed them in the ears of the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken unto their voice, and make them a king. And Samuel said unto the men of Israel, Go every man unto his city. Oh, no, I like having a little bit of chatting. But I decided tonight to see how big of a portion I could get through. I was going to stop at after Ruth, but I started into Samuel here. 9. Saul the son of Kish is chosen king. There was a man of Benjamin named Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, the son of a man that was a Geminite, or a Benjamite, a man of strength and might. And the same had a son called Saul, a goodly young man and a fair, such that among the children of Israel there was none goodlier than he. For from the shoulders upward he was higher than all the other people. And the asses of this Kish, Saul's father, were lost. And Kish said to Saul his son, Take one of the lads with thee, and up and go seek the asses. And he went through Mount Ephraim, and through the land of Shalisha, but they found them not. Then they went through the land of Salim, and there they were not. When they went also through the land of Gemini, they found them not. At the last, when they were come to the land of Zuph, Saul said to his lad that was with him, Come, let us return, lest my father leave caring for the asses, and take thought for us. He said unto him, Behold, there is in the city a man of God, and he is a worshipful man. All that he saith cometh to pass. Now Then let us go thither, peradventure he shall show us what way we may go. Then said Saul to his lad, If we will go, what shall we bring the man? For our bread is all spent out of our vessels, and there is no other present to bring the man of God. What have we? And the lad answered Saul again and said, I have found about me the fourth part of a shekel. That will I give the man of God to tell us our way. No nother present. I like that. I don't really play Chrono Trigger too much these days. I intend to get back into it, but I have lots of different projects that I want to do, including this reading. Essentially, I'm pretty content with what I've done in Chrono Trigger, but I do want to get back into it. Before time in Israel, when a man went to seek an answer of God, thus wise he spake, Come and let us go to the seer. For he that is now called a prophet was in the old time called a seer. Then said Saul to his lad, Well said of thee, come, let us go. And so they went unto the city where the man of God was, and as they were going up into the city, they met with damsels that came out to draw water, and said unto them, Is there here a seer? And the maidens answered them, Yea, here is one, behold, he is before you. Make haste now, for he came this day to the city, for there is an offering of the people this day in the hill. When ye be come into the city, ye shall find him straightway, ere he go up to the hill to eat, for the people will not eat until he come, because he doth bless the offering. And then eat they that be bidden to the feast. Now therefore get you up, for this day shall ye find him. And they went up into the city, and when they were come into the midst of the city, behold, Samuel came out or ahead of them, for to go up to the hill. But the Lord had told Samuel in his ear a day before Samuel came, saying, Tomorrow this time I will send thee a man out of the land of Benjamin. Him shalt thou anoint to be captain over my people Israel, that he may save my people out of the hand of the Philistines. For I have looked upon my people, and their cry is come unto me. When Samuel therefore saw Saul, the Lord answered him, See, this is the man whom I spake to thee of. This same shall reign over my people. Then went Saul to Samuel in the middle of the gate, and said, Tell me, I pray thee, where the seer's house is. Samuel answered Saul, and said, I am the seer. Go up before me into the hill, for ye shall eat with me today. And tomorrow I will let thee go, and will tell thee all that is in thine heart. And as for thine asses that were lost 3 days ago, care not for them, for they are found. And moreover, whose shall the beautiful things of Israel be? Belong they not to thee, and unto all thy father's house? But Saul answered and said, Am not I the son of a Gemnite, or Benjamite, of the smallest tribe of Israel? And my kindred is the least of all the kindreds of the tribe of Benjamin. Wherefore then speakest thou so to me? And Samuel took Saul and his lad, and brought them into the parlor, and made them sit in the chiefest place among them that were bidden, which were upon 30 persons. And Samuel said unto the cook, Bring forth the portion which I gave thee, and of which I said unto thee, Keep it with thee. And the cook took up the shoulder, and that which was upon it, and set it before Saul. And Samuel said, Behold, that which is left, put it before thee, and eat. For hitherto hath it been kept for thee of purpose, or on purpose, when I called the people. And so Saul did eat with Samuel that day. And when they were come down from the hill into the city, Samuel communed with Saul upon the top of the house. And when they arose early about the spring of the day, Samuel called Saul upon the top of the house, saying, Up, that I may send thee away. And Saul arose, and they went out at the doors, both he and Samuel. And when they were come almost out of the town, Samuel said to Saul, Bid the lad go before us. And he went before, but stand thou still a while, that I may show thee what God saith. Okay, so I've heard this idea that the top of the house means the exit of the house. That is to say, the top of the house is the ground floor, and they build downward. And this kind of corroborates that. They went up to the top of the house and out the doors. I did not include the Apocrypha. Nope. I actually read a version that didn't have the Apocrypha. Yeah, I probably will read the 1611 next month, which has the Apocrypha. I don't think I'll read it, though. I'll read it. I might read it at the end of the run as a 6th part. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Chapter 10. Saul is anointed king and prophesieth. And then Samuel took a vessel of oil, and poured it upon his head, and kissed him, and said, Hath not the Lord anointed thee to be captain over his inheritance? And thou shalt deliver his people out of the hands of their enemies which are round about them, and this token shalt thou have, that the Lord hath anointed thee to be prince. When thou art departed from me this day, thou shalt find 2 men by Rachel's sepulchre in the border of Benjamin, even at Zalezah. And they will say unto thee, The asses which thou wentest to seek are found, and lo, thy father hath left the care of the asses, and sorroweth for you, saying, What shall I do for my son? What shall I do for my son? Then shalt thou go forth from thence, and shalt come to the plain of Tabor, and there shall meet thee 3 men. 3 men going up to God to Bethel, one carrying 3 kids, and another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a bottle of wine. And they will salute thee, and give thee 2 loaves of bread, which thou shalt receive of their hands. After that shalt thou come to the hill of God, where the Philistines keep their watch. And when thou art come thither to the city, thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from the hill, with a psalter, a timbrel, a pipe, and a harp before them. And they shall prophesy, and the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee also, and thou shalt prophesy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really too interested in the NIV. That was the first version that I ever read through in full. I probably read through the New Testament in the New King James first, but the Old Testament in the NIV. And I recommend doing that, so you know at least know what's going on in the book before you try to read through it in a little bit harder language. Prophesy with them, and shalt be turned into another man. Therefore, when these signs are chanced to thee, do what thou hast to do, for God is with thee. And thou shalt go before me to Gilgal, and I also will come down unto thee to sacrifice burnt sacrifices, and to offer peace offerings. Tarry for me 7 days, till I come to thee, and show thee what thou shalt do. And as soon as he had turned his shoulder to go from Samuel, God gave him another manner of heart, and all those tokens came to pass that same day. And when they came to the hill, behold, the company of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God came upon him also, and he prophesied among them. And all that knew him before, when they saw that he prophesied among the prophets, they said each to each other, What is this that has happened unto the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets? And one of the same place answered and said, Who is their father? Who is their father? And thereof came the proverb, What, is Samuel also among the prophets? And when he had made an end of prophesying, he came to the hill, and Saul's father's brother said unto him and to his lad, Whither went ye? He said, To seek the asses. And when we saw that they were nowhere, we came to Samuel. And Saul's uncle said, Tell me what Samuel said unto you. Saul answered his uncle, He told us plainly that the asses were found, but of the kingdom whereof Samuel spake, he told him not. And Samuel called the people together unto the Lord to Mizpah, and said unto the children of Israel, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I brought Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hands of all kingdoms that troubled you. And ye have this day cast away your God that helped you out of all your adversities and tribulations. And ye have said unto him, Make a king over us. Now therefore stand ye before the Lord by your tribes and your thousands. And when Samuel had brought all the tribes of Israel, the tribe of Benjamin was caught. When he had brought the tribe of Benjamin by their kindreds, the kindred of Matri was caught. And at the last Saul the son of Kish was caught. And when they sought him, he could not be found. Therefore they asked the Lord further if the man should come thither. And the Lord answered, Behold, he hath hid himself among the stuff. And they ran and fetched him thence. And when he stood among the people, he was higher than any of the people from the shoulders upward. And Samuel said to all the people, See ye not him whom the Lord hath chosen, and how there is none like him among all the people? And all the people shouted and said, God lend the king life. God save the king. Then Samuel, what is this? Samuel told the people the duty of the kingdom, and wrote it in a book, and laid it up before the Lord, and sent all the people away, every man to his house. And Saul also went home to Gibeah, and there followed him strong men whose hearts God had touched. But the children of Belial said, How shall he save us? And they despised him and brought him no presents, and he held his tongue. So, I'm not really a traditional King James onlyist. I do believe that the King James is perfect as an English translation. I think it was intentionally designed even while English was still kind of developing. They intentionally developed the language to serve as a legal, for legal, biblical contract use, very precise. I think it's perfect. And I do think it's inspired. That said, I don't have anything against other translations, just the same way that I don't have anything against commentaries. I think other translations are better to read than Bible commentaries, So I can't say anything. I don't say anything against other translations. 11. The people reneweth the kingdom of Saul. Nahash the Ammonite came and besieged Jabesh in Gilead, and all the men of Jabesh said unto Nahash, Make a covenant with us, and we will be thy servants. And Nahash the Ammonite answered them, In this will I make a covenant with you, if I may thrust out all your right eyes, and bring that shame upon all Israel. To whom the elders of Jabesh said, Give us 7 days' respite, that we may send messengers unto all the coasts of Israel. And then, if there be no man to help us, we will come out to thee. Then came the messengers to Gibeah unto Saul, and told this tidings in the ears of the people. And all the people lifted up their voices and wept. And behold, Saul came following the cattle out of the field. And Saul said, What aileth this people that they weep? And they told him the tidings of the men of Jabesh. And the Spirit of God came upon Saul when he heard those tidings, and he was exceeding angry, and took a yoke of oxen, and hewed them in pieces, and sent them throughout all the coasts of Israel by the hands of messengers, saying, Whosoever cometh not forth after Saul and after Samuel, so shall his ox be served. And the fear of the Lord fell on the people, and they came out as it had been but one man. And when he numbered them in Bezek, the children of Israel were 300,000 men, and the men of Judah 30,000. And he said unto the messengers that came, So say unto the men of Jabesh in Gilead, Tomorrow by that time the sun be hot, ye shall have help. And the messengers came and showed the men of Jabesh, which were glad. Therefore the men of Jabesh said, Tomorrow we will come out unto you, and ye shall do with us all that pleaseth you. And on the morrow it fortuned that Saul put the people in 3 parts, and they came in upon the host in the morning watch, and slew the Ammonites until the heat of the day. And they that remained were scattered, such that 2 of them were not left together. And the people said unto Samuel, What is he that dare say, Shall Saul reign over us? Or, dare protest. Shall Saul reign over us? Bring those men, that we may slay them. And Saul said, There shall no man die this day, for today the Lord hath saved Israel. Then said Samuel unto the people, Come, that we may go to Gilgal, and renew the kingdom there. And all the people went to Gilgal, and made Saul king there before the Lord in Gilgal. And there they offered peace offerings before the Lord. And there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced exceedingly. Yeah, so the problem, so to speak, with the original languages that I perceive is it has all the same issues, the same sorts of issues that English does. there's kind of imprecise language in it. And so if the language isn't spoken, if it's a dead language, then people forget how it is actually, or how it was actually used and understood and interpreted. All the little nuances and senses, people that continued to speak it knew it. So it's a lot better, I think, to study the Bible in your own language, whatever translation that is. It would be, that is to say, you'd have to be essentially fluent in Hebrew or Greek to get the right sense. Like, yeah, it's really, really hard to use a dictionary to follow Hebrew and Greek. Just the same as it's really hard to even use a dictionary to follow the English, because an English dictionary is full of definitions that never occur in the Bible. It's just so diluted with meanings that are never used in here, and so it causes lots of confusion. It seems like Greek and Hebrew dictionaries have that same problem. Like they draw from sources that are not the Bible. Greek mythology, all kinds of pagan sources. There's just so much information, and a lot of it is either not helpful or actually a hindrance to using it to read the Bible correctly. I think, and so yeah, to follow on with that, people in the 16th century, their understanding of Greek and Hebrew was not as diluted. They had a more clear view of how the language was used. I believe that. And so I think that they were able to make a very loyal translation. And on top of that, they were closer to the time when those languages were actually in use, and hadn't changed as much as they have today. I don't know if you there's something to be said about that. But so even where it seems that the King James does not align with the Greek or Hebrew perfectly, I am of the firm opinion that even if it expresses something a little bit different, even if it did, it expresses something correct and consistent with the rest of scriptures, and is in accord with the intent of what was said. But you're not going to find very many places where the King James actually disagrees with the Greek or Hebrew. Yeah, it's hard to say. But so there was the 50 translators, but you have to consider that that they in turn had people that they counseled with, understudies, and so forth. So it wasn't just the work of 50 people. They had assistants with them. And after that, they did send it out for review to heads of churches and things, elders of the churches, to kind of help them, choose wording that was best for the lay people. And so there were lots and lots of eyes on this, on the King James. Well, I mean, even on the Great Bible to an extent, but especially on the King James. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of eyes, and over the course of 80 years of work, continuous work, kind of revising what this book was and eventually perfecting it. So I think it's really dangerous to kind of think to start fresh, that we have more knowledge and resources than those folks did, because at that time this was a thing of national interest. This is what people did. They read the Bible, they studied it. It was a big deal. They dedicated their lives to it. Hey. Where do you suppose I left off here? I think it was here. 12. Samuel declareth himself to be an innocent judge. Samuel said unto all Israel, Behold, I have hearkened unto your voice and all that you said unto me, and I have made you a king. Now therefore your king walketh before you, and I am old and grey-headed, and behold, my sons are with you, and I have walked before you from my childhood unto this day. Behold, here I am. Bear record or witness of me before the Lord and before his anointed. Whose ox have I taken, or whose ass have I taken? Whom have I done wrong to? Whom have I hurt? Or of whose hand have I received any bribe to blind mine eyes therewith? And I will restore it you again. They said, Thou hast done us no wrong, nor hurt us, neither hast thou taken aught of any man's hand. He said unto them again, The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that ye have found naught in my hands. And they answered, He is witness. And Samuel said unto the people, It is the Lord that made Moses and Aaron, and that brought your fathers out of the land of Egypt. Made Moses and Aaron. Established Moses and Aaron. Now therefore stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord according to all the righteousnesses of the Lord, which he showed both you and your fathers. After that Jacob was come into Egypt, and your fathers cried unto the Lord sent Moses and Aaron. The Lord sent Moses and Aaron, which brought your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place. And when they forgat the Lord their God, he delivered them into the hand of Sisera, captain of the host of Hazor, and into the hand of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. And they cried unto the Lord, and said, We have sinned, because we have forsaken the Lord, and have served Baalim and Ashtaroth. Now therefore deliver us out of the hands of our enemies, and we will serve thee. And the Lord sent Jerubbaal, Badon, Jephthah, and Samuel, and delivered you out of the hands of your enemies on every side, and you dwelled safe. And for all that, when you saw that Nahash, the king of the children of Ammon, came against you, ye said unto me, Not so, but a king shall reign over us, when yet the Lord your God was your king. Now therefore, behold, the king whom ye have chosen, and whom ye have desired, so the Lord hath set a king over you. If ye will fear the Lord, and serve him, and hear his voice, and not disobey the word of the Lord, both ye and the king that reigneth over you shall follow the Lord your God. If you will not hearken unto the voice of the Lord, but disobey the Lord's mouth, then shall the hand of the Lord be upon you and on your fathers. Now also stand and see this great thing which the Lord will do before your eyes. Is it not now wheat harvest? Wheat harvest. Looks like Weatherfest. Wheat harvest. I will call unto the Lord, and he shall send thunder and rain, that ye may perceive and see how that your wickedness is great, which ye have done in the sight of the Lord, in asking you a king. And so Samuel called unto the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain the same day, and all the people feared the Lord and Samuel exceedingly. And all the people said unto Samuel, Pray for thy servants unto the Lord thy God, that we die not, for we have sinned in asking us a king, beside all the sins that ever we did. And Samuel said unto the people, Fear not, ye have indeed done all this wickedness, yet depart not from following of the Lord, but serve him even with all your hearts. Neither turn ye after vain things which are not able to profit you, for they are but vanity. For the Lord will not forsake his people because of his great name's sake, because it hath pleased the Lord to make you his people. Moreover, God forbid that I should sin against the Lord and cease praying for you, but to show you the good and right way. Therefore fear ye the Lord, and serve him in the truth, and with all your hearts, and consider how great things he hath done for you. But and if ye do wickedly, then shall ye perish, both ye and your king. 13. The Philistines are smitten of Saul and Jonathan. Saul, being disobedient to God's commandment, is showed of Samuel that he shall not reign. Saul had been king 1 year when these things came to pass, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. And Saul chose him 3,000 men of Israel. 2,000 were with Saul in Michmash and in Mount Bethel, and 1,000 with Jonathan in Gibeah, Benjamin. And the rest of the people he sent every man to his own house again. And Jonathan smote the hold of the Philistines that was in the hill, and it came to the Philistines' ears. Jonathan is always spelled Jonathas. I just say Jonathan. Jonathas? Jonathan. And Saul blew the trumpet throughout all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews hear. And all Israel heard say how that Saul had destroyed an hold of the Philistines. Wherefore Israel stank before the Philistines, and the people gathered together after Saul to Gilgal. And the Philistines also gathered themselves together to fight with Israel, 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, with other people, like the sand of the seaside in multitude, and came up and pitched in Michmash eastward from Bethaven. And when the men of Israel saw it, they were in a strait, and fear came upon people. And they hid themselves in caves, and in privy holes, and in rocks, and in high places, and in pits. And some of the Hebrews went over Jordan to go unto the land of Gad and Gilead. And Saul was yet in Gilgal, and all the people that followed him were astonied. And he tarried 7 days unto the time that Samuel had appointed. But Samuel came not to Gilgal, and the people were therefore scattered from him. And Saul said, Bring a burnt sacrifice to me, and peace offerings. And he offered burnt sacrifice, and as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt sacrifice, behold, Samuel came, and Saul went against him to bless him, or went ahead to him. And Samuel said, What hast thou done? Saul said, Because I saw that the people scattered from me, and that thou camest not within the days appointed, and that the Philistines gathered themselves together to Michmash. Therefore said I, The Philistines shall come down now upon me to Gilgal, and I have not made supplication unto the Lord. And when I had overcome myself, at the last I offered a burnt offering. And Samuel said to Saul, Thou art become a fool. Thou hast not kept the commandment of the Lord thy God, which he commanded thee. For at this time would the Lord have established thy kingdom upon Israel forever. But now thy kingdom shall not continue. The Lord hath sought him a man after his own heart, and the Lord hath commanded him to be captain over his people, because thou hast not kept that which the Lord commanded thee. And Samuel arose and gat him up from Gilgal to Gibeah Benjamin, and the remnant of the folk went up after Saul to meet the people which fought against them, as they were coming from Gilgal to Geba in the hill of Benjamin. And Saul numbered the people that were found with him, and they were about 600 men. And Saul and Jonathan his son and the people that were found with them had their abiding in the hill of Benjamin. but the Philistines pitched in Michmash. And there came out of the host of the Philistines 3 companies to destroy. 1 company turned unto the way that leadeth to Ophrah, unto the land of Shual. And another company turned the way to Beth-horon. And a 3rd company turned to the way of the coast that is seen above the valley of Zeboim, toward the wilderness. There was no smith found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, lest haply the Hebrews make them swords and spears. But all the Israelites went down to the Philistines to mend every man his plowshare, his mattock, his axe, and his necessary tools. And then the edges of the shares, mattocks, dung forks, and axes were blunt, and also the forks were to be set in. The tines set in. Couldn't remember that word, tines. And so in time of battle there was neither sword nor spear found in the hands of any of the people that were with Saul and Jonathan. But with Saul and Jonathan his son was there somewhat found. And the watch of the Philistines came out to go over unto Michmash. The Dead Sea Scrolls. I think there's some pretty old copies in there. They don't seem to be the mainstream kind of strain, though, is kind of the thing that I notice. And there's just fragments. I don't know, whenever you have fragments, I don't know. They're interesting. But again, I think the oldest physical copies don't necessarily represent the oldest text version. The oldest text version that we have, available to us. That is to say, we could very well have preserved in our possession the original 1st century text versions, preserved on newer copies. And those are the majority copies. So, I don't know. Dead Sea Scrolls are interesting, though. For sure. Jonathan and his harness bearer putteth the Philistines to flight, he tasteth the honey. And it fortuned the same time that Jonathan the son of Saul said unto his young man that bare his harness, Come and let us go over to the Philistines watch that are yonder on the other side. And he told not his father. And Saul tarried in the utmost part of Gibeah under Rimmon, which is in Migron. And the people that were with him were upon about 600 men. And Ahijah the son of Ahitub, Ichabod's brother. Is Ichabod? Yeah, Ichabod's brother, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, was the Lord's priest in Shiloh, and bare an ephod. And the people wist not that Jonathan was gone. And in the midst of the passage by which Jonathan sought to go over unto the Philistines' watch, there were 2 sharp rocks, even one on the one side and the other on the other side, the one called Bozez, and the other Sene. The forefront of the one leaned northward toward Michmash, and the other was southward toward Gibeah. And Jonathan said to the young man that bare his harness, Come and let us go over unto the watch of these uncircumcised. Peradventure the Lord will work with us, for it is no hardness or difficulty with the Lord to save either in many or in few. And his harness bearer said unto him, Do all that is in thine heart, go where it pleaseth thee. Behold, I am with thee, as thine heart lusteth or desireth. Then said Jonathan, Behold, we go over unto these men, and shall show ourselves unto them. If they say on this wise to us, tarry until we come to you, then we will stand still in our place and not go up unto them. But and if they say, Come up unto us, then we will go up, for the Lord hath delivered them into our hands, and this shall be a sign unto us. And they both showed themselves unto the watch of the Philistines. You have heard of the Q source. The hypothetical source of, both, Matthew and Mark and Luke, the harmony. But it's hypothetical, isn't it? And again, I don't mind the idea that many multiple people worked on each of those 3 or 4 gospel writings originally. I don't mind that idea at all. I don't mind if Mark had a hand in writing all 3 of them. It doesn't bother me. Because there's some wordings that are so exactly the same. It's pretty funny. So I think the fact that they didn't even try to change the wording kind of indicates they weren't trying to hide it. The part where they let down the man with the palsy through the roof, I think that's the story in all 3 of the Gospels. And Jesus says, or he tells him, "Arise, take up thy bed and walk." He speaks to the I guess it's the scribes and Pharisees that are there, and then it's always in a parenthetical. And then he said to the man of the palsy, it's always, all 3 of them, they put it in a parenthetical. I guess that's how it is in the Greek. I'm not really sure. Oh, good luck finding it, I guess. This might be a bad idea. I want to see if there's parenthetical in this one. I bet it's back here. Well, in each case, it's really the context that's interesting. Because in each of the Gospels, they present the information with a little bit different object or intent to kind of show you another aspect. Yeah. Yeah. No. Mm. No. Can't find it at the moment. And the stories are a little bit different in each rendering too. Not that they conflict with each other, but they emphasize a little bit different details. And sometimes what people say are the same stories actually a little bit different, are actually different events. Like it seems to be the case. Well, anyway, you'll find some incorrect harmonies out there. I think, for example, like Jesus rebuking the storm. There's a couple different events where he's on a boat and does that. I guess one is when he's sleeping in the boat, and one where he walks out on the water. I think I've seen some harmonies say that that's the same thing when they're not. So that's something to be careful of. That one's probably a more obvious one, but there's some less obvious ones too. He had there's a lot that Jesus did, and so he was bound to do, kind of repeat some of the same kind of things, after all. Okay, so they went up to the watch of the Philistines. And the Philistines said, "See, the Hebrews come out of the holes where they had hid themselves in." And the men of the watch answered Jonathan and his harness bearer and said, "Come up to us, and we will show you a thing." And Jonathan said unto his harness bearer, "Come up after me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hand of Israel." And Jonathan came up upon hands and feet, and his harness bearer after him. Came up. So when they had seen Jonathan's face, they fell before Jonathan. And his harness bearer slew them after him. And that first slaughter which Jonathan and his harness bearer made was upon 20 men within the compass, as it were, about a half acre of land. Well, I don't think I've seen acre in the King James Version. And there was a fear in the host, in the field, and among all people, insomuch that they that were gone out of the watch to rob were afraid also, and the earth trembled for the fear that was sent of God. And the watchmen of Saul in Gibeah Benjamin saw, and behold, the people of the Philistines were scattered and were smitten as they went. Then said Saul unto the people that was with him, Search and see who is gone away from us. And when they had numbered, behold, Jonathan and his harness bearer were not there. Saul said unto Ahijah, Bring hither the ark of God, for the ark of God was at that time with the children of Israel. And it fortuned that while Saul talked unto the priest, the noise that was in the host of the Philistines spread further abroad, and increased by little and little, and gave a more clear sound. And Saul said unto the priest, Withdraw thine hands. And Saul joined himself unto all the people that were with him, and they came to the battle. And behold, every man's sword was against his fellow, and there was a very great rumor, or clamor. Very great. Yeah, they use rumor for a great noise. Yeah, noise. Moreover, the Hebrews that were with the Philistines before that time, and were come with them in all the parts of the host, turned to be with the Israelites that were with Saul and Jonathan. And all the men of Israel also, which had hid themselves in Mount Ephraim, as soon as they heard how that the Philistines were fled, they followed after them in the battle. And so God helped Israel that day. And the battle continued unto Bethaven. And while the men of Israel were kept down with hunger that day, Saul charged the people with an oath, saying, Cursed be the man that eateth any food until night, till I be avenged of mine enemies. And so none of the people tasted any sustenance. And all the inhabitants of the land came to a wood where honey lay upon the ground. And the people came into the wood, and behold, the honey dropped, and no man moved his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the oath. But Jonathan heard not when his father charged the people with the oath. Wherefore he put forth the end of his rod that was in his hand, and dipped it in honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth. And his eyes received sight. Then answered one of the people, and said, Thy father adjured the people, saying, Cursed be the man that eateth any sustenance this day. And the people were fainty. Then said Jonathan, My father hath troubled the land. See how mine eyes hath received sight, because I tasted a little of this honey. How much more then today, if the people had eaten of the spoil of their enemies which they found? And had there not been then a much greater slaughter among the Philistines? And they laid on that Philistines that day from Michmash to Aijalon, and the people were exceeding fainty. Yeah, the census in Matthew, was it 2 or 3? But yeah, the census, it appears to be a registering for taxation. So they might have even gone there in order to pay their tax, as far as I understand. But yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about how the how the Romans did things. I'll be honest with you. And well, so the Romans might have done it one way, but under Herod, the governor, maybe each, district, province of the empire, maybe it was up to them to do things their own way. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't have any reason to. I don't know. And the people gat them to the spoil, and took sheep, oxen, and calves, and slew them on the ground, and the people did eat them with the blood. Then men told Saul, saying, Behold, the people sin against the Lord, in that they eat with the blood. And he said, Ye have trespassed. Roll a great stone unto me this day. And Saul said again, Go abroad among the people, and bid them bring me every man his ox, and every man his sheep, and slay them here, and sin not against the Lord in eating with the blood. And the people brought every man his ox in his hand by night, and slew them there. And Saul made an altar unto the Lord, and that was the first altar that he made unto the Lord. And Saul said, Let us go down after the Philistines by night, and spoil them until it be day in the morning, and let us not leave one man of them. And they said, Do whatsoever thou thinkest best. Then said the priest, Let us come hither unto God. And Saul asked of God, Shall I go down after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hands of Israel? But he answered him not at that time. And Saul said, Let the people come hither out of all quarters, and know and see by whom this sin is chanced this day. For as truly as the Lord liveth, which saveth Israel, though it be in Jonathan my son, he shall die the death. But there was no man among all the people that answered him. Mythicists. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no end to doubts, right? Like, I do firmly believe that believing this book is a choice that you have to, that a person is responsible for making on his own. Even if you had all the evidence in the world that all of this was true, you still get to decide whether you believe it or not, right? And so, yeah, that's just how it be. Even if people found out tomorrow, oh yeah, there is a God. Okay, well, there's people who are going to say, so what? Right? There's people who aren't going to, you know, even if you gave them incontrovertible evidence that there is a God, that he wrote all of this, there's people who are going to still say, so what, right? They're still going to be proud of all their own ideas and theories and opinions, and kind of try to tailor their own thing. But yeah, yeah, the Thomas got proof, right? Well, and there's even warning in here, even back in Exodus. There will be a time, as knowledge increases, people will be able to counterfeit evidence. And even when God began to plague Israel, the Egyptian sorcerers were able to copy the first few plagues with no problem. So there's a strong warning in here against believing any sign. You know, the Hebrews, the Jews require a sign. We don't require a sign. So there'll be a time when signs will be deceptive. And you could say that's even now, but I think it'll get worse. Then he, Saul, said unto all Israel, Be on one side, and I and Jonathan my son will be on the other side. And the people said unto Saul, What thou thinkest best, that do. Therefore Saul said unto the Lord God of Israel, Give a perfect lot. Then, Lord God, give thou the judgment. How happeneth it that thou givest thy servant no answer today? If this sin be in me or in Jonathan my son, show it, or if this iniquity be in thy people. And Saul and Jonathan were caught, but the people escaped free. And Saul said, Cast lots between me and Jonathan my son. And Jonathan was caught. And Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me, what hast thou done? And Jonathan told him and said, I tasted a little honey with the end of the rod that was in mine hand, and lo, I must die. Saul answered, God do so and so to me, that thou shalt die the death, Jonathan. And the people said unto Saul, Shall Jonathan die, which hath so mightily helped Israel? God forbid. As truly as the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground, for he hath wrought with God this day. And so the people delivered Jonathan, that he died not. This is a really interesting verse here, because it seems to be that the people get to change God's mind. That's not actually what's happening here. But all God did was show who broke the oath. So the people didn't override God, they overrode Saul's oath by making a counter oath. The people said, As truly as the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground. They made a better oath than Saul did. And then Saul departed up from following the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own place. And so Saul held the kingdom over Israel, and fought against all his enemies on every side, against Moab, against the children of Ammon, against Edom, against the kings of Zobah, and against the Philistines. And whithersoever he turned himself, there he won or conquered. And he gathered his host together, and smote the Amalekites, and rid Israel out of the hands of them that spoiled them. The sons of Saul were Jonathan, Jesui, and Melchishua, and his two daughters were thus named. The elder was called Merab, and the younger Michal. And the name of Saul's wife was Ahinoah, the daughter of Ahimaaz, and the name of his chief captain was Abner, the son of Ner, Saul's uncle. And Kish was Saul's father, and Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of Abiel. And there was sore war against the Philistines all the days of Saul. And whomsoever Saul saw to be a strong man and meet for the war, he took him unto him. Faith is believing the words of the book, and believing what Jesus did, believing the record, and that the record has been preserved and unbroken and untampered with. And God in here promises to preserve his words, and so we believe that they're preserved. Well, you'd be hard-pressed to find any other book that promises that God will visit the earth and judge all the world and save any souls. So in terms of that, there's not really any competition. Buddha never called himself God. The best that he ever did was say that he is like the father of this world. Buddha could have said, "I am the father of this world," but he didn't. He said, "I am like the father of this world." So Buddha's not him. So that's just an example. 15. Saul is commanded to slay Amalek. He is disobedient to the voice of God. Samuel mourneth for Saul. Samuel said unto Saul, The Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how they laid wait for them in the way as they came out of Egypt. Now therefore go and smite Amalek, and destroy ye all that pertaineth unto them. And see thou have no compassion on them, and covet nothing that they have. Slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came unto the city of Amalek and set watch in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, Go and depart, get you down. Right, there's some of those. Get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For he showed mercy to all the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt. And so the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. As far as I know, as far as I'm aware of, there's no one claiming to be God who also claims to save. But even so, as I mentioned also, last night I guess it was, there's you can perceive that there were counterfeits of this story told throughout history. So yeah. There's definitely counterfeits. And that's a great point, actually. Because even if you say that you believe God, you put your faith in Him, you still have to be careful, because every single one of us has his own, idea or kind of depiction of God in his head. It's very easy to trick yourself into thinking that you follow the Lord without really knowing who He is. You might be you might get yourself that could be a source of trouble. But he gives us the things that characterize Him. He says, to love God with all your heart is even to follow His commandments. And I was thinking what we were saying last night about following the commandments, and that should be and whether that was something that saves a person. But following the commandments, that is the way to know, that's the way to discern whether the God that you're following is the real thing. Because the commandments are essentially his essential characteristics, kind of. He values life. He values, equity, not abusing living things, and especially, even the Sabbath day. That is a token. So, the first commandment, have no other gods before me. Commandments 2 through 10. This is how you know for sure whether you have other gods before me or not, kind of thing. This is the enumeration. If the God you're following states all of these, then you're on the right track. So, okay. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah as thou comest to Shur, that lieth before Egypt, and took Agag the king of the Amalekites alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag and the better sheep, and the fatter oxen and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not destroy them. But all that was foul and not worth, that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, It repenteth me that I have made Saul king, for he is turned from me, and hath not performed my commandments. And Saul was evil apaid. Oh, I like this. Evil apaid. I don't remember what this means. He was unhappy. He was very displeased by this thing, and cried unto the Lord all night. And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel that Saul was come to Carmel, and behold, he hath made him there a place, and is turned and departed and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul offered burnt sacrifice unto the Lord of the first of the spoils which he had brought from Amalek. And when Samuel was come unto Saul, Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou in the Lord. I have fulfilled the commandment of the Lord. Samuel said, What meaneth then the bleating of the sheep in mine ears, and the noise of the oxen which I hear? Saul answered, They have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice them unto the Lord thy God, and the remnant have we destroyed utterly. Samuel said to Saul, Let me tell thee what the Lord hath said to me this night. And he said unto him, Say on. Samuel said, When thou wast little in thine own sight, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on a journey, and said, Go and utterly destroy those sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them, until thou utterly destroy them. Wherefore hast thou not hearkened unto the voice of the Lord, but hast turned to the prey, and hast done that which is wicked in the sight of the Lord? And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have hearkened unto the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me unto, and have brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil sheep, oxen, and the chiefest of the things which should have been destroyed, to offer unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal, the Lord thy God. And Samuel said, Hath the Lord as great pleasure in burnt sacrifices and offerings, as when the voice of the Lord is obeyed? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken is better than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as the wickedness of idolatry. This is really heavy right here. This kind of even helps to define what witchcraft and idolatry is. It's a rebellion, and and a stubbornness. Because thou hast cast away the word of the Lord, therefore hath the Lord cast away thee also from being king. Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have gone farther than the saying of the Lord. I have, what am I thinking? Overstepped. Gone beyond the boundary set. Because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now therefore take away my sin and turn again with me, or return with me, that I may worship the Lord. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast cast away the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath cast away thee, that thou shalt not be king over Israel. And as Samuel turned himself to go away, he caught the lap of his coat, and it rent. I think the lap is even like the collar. Maybe? I'm not sure. What does it correspond to? I'm not sure. And Samuel said unto him, The Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou. The strength of Israel will not beguile nor repent, for he is not a man that can repent. And that is to say, he is not a man that he would repent as a man would. God is described as repenting, but not... but it's always of his own accord, not repenting like a man would. God's repentance and man's repentance are very different in nature. He, Saul, said, I have sinned, but now honor me before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord thy God. And so Samuel turned again and followed Saul, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Then said Samuel, Bring ye hither to me Agag the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him delicately. And Agag said, Truly the bitter death cometh on. And Samuel said, As thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless above other women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. And then Samuel departed to Ramah. And Saul went home to his house to Gibeah Saul. And Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, and the Lord repented that he had made Saul king over Israel. See, right here it says the Lord repented, but not the same kind of repented that we think of as people repenting. 16. Because he will not change his mind about giving the kingdom to somebody else. Well, yeah, that was even the repenting event, giving the kingdom to somebody else. Okay, 16. David is anointed king. An evil spirit cometh upon Saul. Okay, well, here's David. The Lord said unto Samuel, How long wilt thou mourn for Saul, seeing I have cast him away from reigning over Israel? Fill thine horn with ointment, and come, that I may send thee to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. And Samuel said, How can I go? For if Saul hear it, he will kill me. The Lord answered, Take an heifer with thee, and say, I am come to offer to the Lord, and call Jesse to the offering, and I will show thee what thou shalt do. And thou shalt anoint him whom I name unto thee. And so Samuel did as the Lord bade him, and came to Bethlehem. And the elders of the town were astonied at his coming, and said, Comest thou peaceably? He answered, Yea, I am come to offer unto the Lord. Sanctify yourselves, and come with me to the offering. And he sanctified Jesse and his sons, and bade them to the offering. And when they were come, he looked on Eliab, and said, Surely the Lord's anointed is before him. But the Lord said unto Samuel, Look not on his fashion, nor on the height of his stature, because I have refused him. For God seeth not as man seeth. For man looketh on the outward appearance, but God beholdeth the heart. Then Jesse called Abinadab, and made him come before Samuel, and he said, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. Then Jesse made Shammah come, and he said, Neither yet hath the Lord chosen him. Again Jesse made 7 of his sons to come before Samuel, and Samuel said unto Jesse, The Lord hath chosen none of these. Then Samuel said unto Jesse, Are here all thy children? He said, There is yet a little one behind that keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said unto Jesse, Send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he be come hither. And he sent and brought him in, and he was brown and of an excellent beauty, and well favored in sight. I always find that funny. He doesn't look on the outward appearance, but that's the first thing mentioned about him. Well, so surpassing beauty and well favored in sight. And the Lord said, Arise and anoint him, for this is he. Yeah, his appearance doesn't matter. Therefore Samuel took the horn with the ointment and anointed him in the midst of his brethren. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward. And Samuel rose up and went to Ramah. But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit sent of the Lord vexed him. And Saul's servant said unto him, Behold, an evil spirit sent of God vexeth thee. Let our Lord therefore command his servants that are before thee to seek a man that is a cunning player with an harp, that when the evil spirit sent of God cometh upon thee, he may play with his hand, as thou shalt be. And thou shalt be eased. Saul said unto his servants, Provide me a man then that can play well, and bring him to me. Then answered one of his servants, and said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, that can play upon instruments, and is an active fellow, and a man of war, and prudent in doing of feats, and well made, and the Lord is with him. 7 items. Son of Jesse, play, active fellow, man of war, prudent, well made, and the Lord is with him. Well, it looks like 6. Okay, I'm getting tired here, apparently. Wherefore, Saul sent messengers unto Jesse and said, Send me David thy son, which is with the sheep. And Jesse took an ass laden with bread, and a flacket, or flagon, of wine, and a kid, and sent them by David his son unto Saul. Flacket, I believe that's flagon. Old version of the word. And Saul came to Saul and stood before him, and he loved him very well, and he was made his harness bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, Let David remain with me, for he hath found favor in my sight. And so it fortuned that when the evil spirit sent of God came upon Saul, David took an harp and played with his hand, and so Saul was refreshed and did amend, and the spirit departed from him. 17. Should I try to finish this one? All the way up to the death of Saul? No. And it's funny because Saul was only king for 2 years, but a lot happened in that 2 years to be written down. Very active. I'm going to stop here. I'll resume tomorrow with the story of Goliath. David and Goliath. So there you have it. So, okay, I'm gonna call it a session. I guess I'll resume the timer tomorrow. Maybe. But yeah, that's gonna be it from me tonight. It's getting late. I appreciate you stopping in and watching very much. So, and yeah, hope you take care of yourself. And yeah, good night. God bless you, and I love you, friends and neighbors. We'll see you next time. Check it out. This is my motto as well. And it sounds a little funny, but it's true in every case. I like to say that Jesus loves you way more than I do, way more than I ever could. Even if someone loved another, 1,000, a million, billion, trillion fold, that's still nothing compared to infinity. That's how I view it. So it's a funny saying, but it's true. Jesus loves you way more than I do. I'm confident to say that. So anyway, take care. Thanks for watching. Peace.